Hello, hello. This is kind of more like chocolate souffle than brownie. This recipe needs more work, you guys. It's giving heavy like banana bread, but I'm wanting like fudgy brownie. It's close, but it's not quite there. Interesting. Right? Isn't it sick? A was telling me in the Discord I should do something for Friday the 13th, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make a spooky thumbnail. I feel like it's like, honestly, I've been crushing these thumbnails, you guys. Like, I might lack artistic capabilities, but the vision is there. You know what I mean? I'm kind of bummed out that Twitch won't let me put a thumbnail until the very ending. But also, Twitch, can you please, for the love of God, like, make it so that I can edit my schedule on my mobile? No, absolutely. So when last we left off, there's been a series of murders on the island. And I won't tell you who, just in case new people are coming in. I don't want to spoil it for you. But if you haven't already, check out the last stream. Mad spoilers. Hold on one sec. Where are we at here? yeah, third of the cast is just gone. So oh, nice. Oracle read, absolutely. Is it a third of the cast? I think I put a half in the description. I feel like if we're just counting like the players or whatever. People. Oh, okay. Yeah. That would be a third. Damn. Fuck, I'm bad at math, you guys. That's crazy. Just everybody be so grateful I didn't go into engineering. I'd be like, that's close, right? They'd be like, this building is unsafe. This building is dangerous. I'd be like, nah, it looks fine. The trusses are pretty close. Okay, let's see if I can do this bridge. Also, wearing a spooky shirt. I can't speak much about this guy's abilities, but this guy can draw zombie cats hella good. Oh, I'll get your tummy. Oh, that's what you get for being the stream cat. You're gonna be next to me while I stream. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna rub your little rabbit feet. And I'm gonna pet you. Yeah, but that's okay. Because you have a heaty blanket. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I switched anything. So instead what I did this time is I literally just made a new game thing. However, I did move the camera and the chat, so I might need to adjust that. But it should be close. Do you want a top, middle, or bottom poll? Also, today I mailed the giveaway prizes from last Friday. So those should be getting there soon. Very excited about that. That lady gave me like a whole lecture about priority shipping. And I was like, it's fine. We're good. She's like, if it's not priority, you can't ship it in a priority box. I'm like, it's fine. I understand the concept of priority. And she's just like, oh, but just to be sure, make sure you know, don't try and ship something ground as priority because then they'll charge you after the fact. I'm like, I would imagine so. That makes sense. Makes sense that would be the case. Crazy. So now I have to get a business shipping account because she's like, oh, you ship here a lot. And I was like, yeah, hopefully I'll ship here all the time. Very convenient. And she's like, oh, do you write like children's books? And I'm like, nope, no, I don't. Do I have like a child author face? Do I look like I write like little kids books? I bet, I don't know. I bet I could, but I don't know. I feel like mostly that's just illustration. So I think people are just like, you look like you could draw pictures. And I'm like, you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. Did you want the bottom? Did you want the bottom from this? That's okay. Max just checking the I can't believe I'm blanking on what this is. The tracking number. He's checking the tracking number right now. He's watching it be loaded into the car and he's like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Did you guys catch the secret uwu in the Date Everything episode from yesterday? You guys catch that? Not only was there a cat boy, but he uwooed. And I was furious. I think that was honestly, I think if I yeah, no, it was, first of all, you talk to this, like, it's the kitty cat alarm, it's the kitty cat alarm guy. Now, here's the thing. If I was, like, mega autistic, I would timestamp every time we talk to each different person in that game. But that would be crazy, right? That'd be crazy. Maybe I'll timestamp all the times we talk to Betty, though. Like, if you guys have, like, a favorite character in the Date Everything series that we're doing as our bonus streams for February, I'll timestamp them, you know what I mean? That way you can just scrub right to where you're trying to find, you know what I mean? Betty's pretty cool. I'm gonna get freaky with the silverware, though. You guys...
No, what have you done?
Behave, microphone. Is the cable loose? I just heard it, like, boot up to Discord. I'm like, no! One audio input, please, I beg of you. Guys, guess what I found? I know this isn't going to be, like, a super big deal to you guys, but I found exactly where my gaming headphones are. They've been lost for forever. I found all my podcasting equipment. I found my gaming setup. Should I change these out for, like, the gaming headphones? It's got, like, the little, like, mouthpiece. I feel like that's a bit much, but it would be very easy to convert. So instead of the green, like, slim fits, I'd have, like, the big-ass, like, gamer girl headphones. But these are awesome because they can transfer to the different ones. No, I didn't do the bottom fix. No longer ask. He's a permanent bottom. Listen. I'm going to, I think, honestly, it's appropriate at this time in the cult to start making rituals for you guys to, like, fight each other for my amusement. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys want to, like, duel for, like, one of, ooh, that's a good one. Guys, I've gotten a little bit too crazy watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms, because now I'm starting to think about things where it's like you two go to battle over something and whoever wins gets a point from the other. I think that would be pretty sick, but we would have to have, like, rules surrounding that. Like, I want some trial by combat situations in the Discord, because I feel like, one, that would bond you guys more closely together as brothers, but also like, fight for my amusement like gladiators. Like, I feel like you guys crave the Colosseum and also your queen demands it. You know what I mean? Your past. What are you doing? Discord, you're about to get in trouble, okay? I better not be hearing no stealing of the mic business from Discord right now. Have they, like, recently updated? I seem to, like, have a lot of these problems after updates. Energy clearing. Okay. Hold the fuck on. Am I getting a table reading right now? 1 second. This is going to be crazy. All right. If I pull something future and it's like wood or something like that. Okay. Creation. I was going to say, wait a minute. Is this just hold on. Is this just fucking the table, the reading? 1 second. Stability, energy clearing, creation. This is looking pretty table fucking to me, you guys. 1 second. Guys, why is it so hard for me to, like, understand the mirror of this? Okay. That does look, this cauldron looks suspiciously table shaped. About to create a side table with a dining table. Listen, I for sure thought that the table was going to be sexy. Like, imagine, okay, so imagine this. This was my headcanon because I've never played Date Anything before. I saw a couple, like, offhand TikToks, and the moment I see something like that for a game that I'm wanting to play, I'm like, get it out of my timeline. I don't want to see it. It goes into the wish list, and I'm like, Get it out of here. Because I don't want it spoiled. Because I feel like, you know, I also am a bit of a freak. And I like to watch, like, if I see a game mechanic in a game that I'm just, like, not interested in at all. Like, if I see it's real jump heavy, I'm like, I'm never going to play that game. But I want to watch the story, so I'll just watch, like, the Let's Play of the game, like, straight to the... Like, ideally no commentary, though, because, like, I'm a purist. And I just want to watch the game all the way through. Like, when I wrote my paper on Dante's Inferno, and I could not find an English translation. It was all in Italian. And I was like, I refuse to learn Italian for this. This is not that serious. And so I just played through the entire of Dante's Inferno. Because back then you couldn't just get all the cutscenes together. You literally had to play through the game. So I'm like, when I'm supposed to be writing this paper, I'm like, I actually put in more work than the people that just read this book and then went and wrote this paper. Because I had to I had to speedrun Dante's Inferno to write this paper because there was no other way for me to gather this information. This was like early days of the internet. And I'm talking like 2013-ish. Like, obviously, I'm not talking like floppy days or whatever, but like this stuff wasn't just leaked onto the internet yet. Like, you couldn't just find the full translation of Dante's Inferno or the Cliff Notes and stuff like that. Like, that stuff just like wasn't really available, or it wasn't like as easily accessible as it is now. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh god, I gotta play through this. Oh man, like, make sure the babies with like razor arms don't like fuck me up in purgatory or whatever. So I see all of these things for Date Anything, and I'm like, that's going in the list. And then, not only that, I see that it is on sale. Yes, perfect. The perfect things have all happened together. And then I'm thinking, you know what? If they make the table in this game a maid, cinema. You know what I mean? Because that would be perfect. It's like, oh, what is there something that you can rest on me, master? Like, I was like, this is gonna be so peak. But no, it's a big dude. It's a built like a brick wall dude that's a cowboy, that's a table. I'm like, man, Max is gonna hate this, you guys. He's gonna hate this. There hasn't been a single maid character yet. Not a single maid character. And I'm like, what a missed opportunity. Where's the maid character in this Date Everything game? But we're 50% of the way through the cast on that. So I think we'll meet everybody on the next one. I mean, 6 hours in, we're halfway through the cast. I think we got it. Now, I am a little bit upset that the Washer is upset with me. Because, like, I didn't expect that the thespian Washer was going to be like, go fuck yourself, Riley. But I'm like, listen, I'm trying to get you and the dryer back together. And that was my first mission, first of all. I mean, yes, I was going to break up the toxic relationship between the hamper and the dirty clothes. But the funniest part about this game so far is it just sounds like you have schizophrenia. It's like, no, I just want the clothes to be happy. Like, I don't want the clothes to be an abusive relationship with this wicker basket. And they're like, yeah, sure, that's great. So what did you say you do for a job again? I'm like, listen, okay, what I do is very important, all right? Entertainment is nourishment to the soul. And yeah, like, I fucked a mattress the other day, and they're like, calm down. Mattress actress ×2, and I'm like, easy. Okay, easy. The bed was pretty stacked, but I noticed that she hasn't really, like, I don't know. I noticed that Nightmare's been around a lot more. I want to fuck the demon, you guys. I feel like that is what's up. And I know a lot of you are probably going to be pretty disappointed that we didn't have any conversations with Benoit. But I just feel like that's, you know, that's the easy gag. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, obviously the first thing you would do is like hump the adult toys. And I'm like, it's a little too on the nose. Okay, it's a little hack. But hooking up with the silverware, literally silver spoon in your mouth, does that not scream riches? Does that not scream excess? I'm saying, listen. Anyway, about silver spoon in your mouth, let's go check out these rich people that have had a tragedy. Also, remember, Miss Migraine or whatever her name is. She's fully brought out the shotgun. She's like, I am not playing around. My husband is dead. Somebody get me the buckshot. And that was so real from her. Like, the immediacy for which she found a weapon, chef's kiss. Okay, one sec. I have to fix the audio real quick. Did it? Hold on. Has it not muted that this entire time? Okay. There we go. There we go. You guys can hear? You guys can hear everything? I can see your chat messages. That appears to... Okay, that's good. Excellent. You can hear everything. But you couldn't hear it initially, is that correct? I wonder if there's a way for me to, like, overlay OBS over this. Okay, perfect. Then all we need to do is cut this. Background volume, effects volume. Okay. Yeah, I want this game to be nearly silent. Okay. Like I said, when last we left off, since, like, now we're in it right now. If you're getting spoiled at this point, like, that's on you. So, when last we left off, there was a terrible tragedy in the little girl, hold on, I'm gonna just, from the ether, call these names forth. Because, once again, I have them categorized in my head all wonky. So, the little girl's name is... Oh, man. She's just crazy. Crazy drives me nuts. What is her name? Uwu is just all that's... Maria. Doesn't look like a Maria, but okay. Little Uwu over here. She had, initially she was in the garden. She was looking for this rose. Her mother beat the brakes off of her for this nonsense affectation she's been having. And then went back inside. It was just like, you do whatever it is you're doing outside in this typhoon. Mommy needs an aspirin. And then she went inside. The kids were all like, whilst she's getting her ass beat, was just like, that's all you, cuz we're gonna head back to the guest house. Not our problem. And then, right, no, absolutely. And then, all of the siblings, right, so the dad, the head of the household, the, third brother, the youngest sister, the, up his ass servant that we don't really care for, they're all chilling in the main house, and allegedly, second sister and her husband both went to bed early. Allegedly. Then Shannon got proposed to by Henry. Remember his name. George. God damn it. No! Where am I getting Henry from? Oh my god. That's embarrassing. So, George proposed to Shannon. Listen, I don't know where, I think maybe I'm like, okay. I don't know, he could be a Henry. I feel like he could be, he's such a Henry, right? Look at him. Maybe it's from, like, the actual royalty. Is there a Henry? It's, Harry. Harry is the spare heir. That's what it is. Okay, wow. That, just glimpse into the autism there for you guys. So Henry over here proposes to Sharon, and he's like, be my wife, but, like, don't just, like, say yes or no. Like, I'll know based on where you put this ring on your finger. And she's like, and then she too embarrassed to return to the guest house with him where the other children and all of the other servants, with the exception of douchebag here, went to the main house, and that resulted in her immediate cranial blunt force trauma. So she is for certain dead with this neat little tattoo that I didn't notice until she was already murdered. Which also, what's she doing here? Why is she pulling? Why does this skirt have such a window here? I mean, I get it, that's for us to see the tattoo, but madam, have some decency. You're not showing any ankle, but you're showing upper thigh. You should be struck for that. Anyway, so for sure, this guy, super duper dead. Super duper, yeah, her like, table runner is like not covering her legs at all. Yikes, embarrassing. This guy's super duper dead, like half smashed in skull. You know, this guy's got no revives. That's not great. But you know what saved his wife? The fact that she got a little bit of a headache. She got a little bit of a headache, and she had like a little, she took Jessica's little scorpion thing, which, by the way, Kaza was kind enough to add the little the information from the manga, so I got to see like the actual what that looks like, which, hell yeah, love that. Where's that? Yeah, she hung that on her door. So is that in our DMs? That is not in our DMs, so that must mean that that is in... Yeah, she hung that on the door. That would be in stream chat, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's in stream chat. God damn, I yap a lot in this stream chat, you guys. That's crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna pin that, actually, because I really enjoy that that exists. Real happy about that. Pin that. So this weird little charm thing, I thought it was so much cooler. I thought, here, I'm gonna, like, do just a quick, of course, I've moved every single pen in the house. Why am I like this? Can I just use, like, my blood or something? My God, why is it so hard to find a writing implement? 1 second. Yeah, Kaza, accept what you've done for killing Max's table. That's pretty messed up, and he's never gonna find a table like that again. Not cool. Okay, so here's what I thought it looked like. I thought you have, like, an emerald, and it's all shiny and faceted. And, guys, don't make fun of me because I can't draw gemstones. Good, I swear. The moment I mention I have another pair of headphones, this thing starts acting wonky, and I'm telling you right now, I'll smash you to bits, headphones, if you guys don't behave. Okay, and then here's, like, the little thing or whatever. Okay, and then I imagined, like, the, like, scorpion body, right, with its little pinchers, and then its little legs would be, like, holding this thing on. So this is what I was imagining. I was like, okay, so this is like a little scorpion, and then, like, the tail is the bait. Like, this actually goes, like, low-key pretty hard, actually. Or even if it was, like... And then this is the scorpion, and this is its little arms, and its little leggies. And then this is the gem. Like, tell me that's not... All right, I forgot I'm in the wrong screen. This is another reason why having two things. So like that's what I thought initially it was. I thought it was like a piece of tasteful jewelry. I was like, oh, that's sick, you know? And then the pearls or whatever go through that. And I was like, oh, wow, cool. And then I was like, oh, well, what if it's something like that's an even dirtier picture? But like, you know what I mean? Like, what if like it's a cool, and it's just these little fucking trinkets that you would get. I'm like, okay, that low key pissed me off. The fact that it wasn't like, I mean, I get it, but like, in my mind, before it describes it being a prize store, I'm like, wow, that's actually like kind of a sick piece of jewelry. Like incorporate, first of all, bugs are so pretty. Like, have you ever thought about how geometrically like perfect that bugs are? Like, can you imagine a solid gold praying mantis? How fucking hard that would go? You know what I mean? And then for her to be like, oh, look, I've got these like, oh, these charms or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, that's actually like pretty cool. Like, are we about to learn something really cool about like the craftsmanship or whatever of like, yeah, I'm thinking, oh, Japanese, oh, jewelry, oh, rich people. Wow, this would be like super fucking cool, this thing this kid has. And then she just presents to us trash. And I'm like, it would be very difficult for me to be like, yeah, man, get this kid the fuck out of here. Like, it's so hard. Like, and here's the thing. Obviously, I'm a bit of an elitist because, like, if a regular child comes to me with a toy or something like that, and they're like, this is a powerful whatever, it's like the cap to, like, a water bottle that they've Sharpied on or whatever, I'd be like, wow, that's amazing. You know what I mean? Like, this is super cool. But the fact that it's a rich child that's, like, 9 years old and presumably has, like, tutors and nannies and this and that, and they're conducting themselves like a toddler, I'd be like, Rosa, you're going to need to smack the fuck out of this kid before I do. Because, like, this is so, like, honestly embarrassing for you that you have this much wealth and, like, you know, history and this and that or whatever. And, dude, honestly, I'm going to get such a reputation for being such a kid hater. Because every game we've played, the kids suck. They suck so bad. Like, they're, first of all, Ellie, fucking so annoying. You know what I mean? Ellie was a nightmare in The Last of Us 1. And I'm just like, be a little fucking grateful. This man has, like, schlepped you halfway across the fucking map, right? Didn't they start off in, like, Boston or some bullshit like that? Like, they started off on the fucking East Coast or something like that. He drags her ass all the way to Seattle. That's a shitty car ride, let alone having to meander through zombie. Can you fucking imagine? And then we have to deal with Abby, which is just like, oh my god, blah, like, fucking hated that. That was a nightmare. And then it's like, oh, don't worry, there's a bunch of interracial lesbians. And I'm like, oh, fucking, thank God, right? I guess. And then, you know, we play through The Walking Dead. And Duck is fucking annoying, ridiculous. Ben is still technically a kid, so he also goes into the super annoying kid list. I'm just like, oh my god. Even Killer Frequency, the one, like, teenager that they had in Killer Frequency, the fucking dude in the maze, and I'm like, oh my god, like, is it me? Like, am I the bad guy here? Or is everybody just incapable of writing a child that has, like, any degree of, like, redeemability? You know, kids aren't that annoying. They're pretty annoying, but they're not that annoying. I do not have strong feelings about, like, really, like, I don't have negative strong feelings, I guess I should say, towards any child that is in, like, my immediate vicinity. Like, they're children. You know what I mean? They're children. They're all, for the most part, like, at the correct developmental level for whatever age they are. And while due to my autism, I can't tell, I'm like, how old is this kid? Like, actually, this is and I'll say this, the last interaction I had with one of my child cousins or whatever, I was like, how old are you now, buddy? What are you, like 12? And he's like, I'm 11. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. Why do I remember you being 12? And everybody was just like, and I'm like, no, I'm being so dead ass right now. I remember this child being 12. Why is this child 11? And they're like, so, like, math and time just fundamentally don't exist to me, you guys. I don't know. And here's the thing. I'm sure that when I was in physics, this deeply upset the Arabic dude that they had teaching us physics, which I mean, had to be a Babylonian dude teaching a woman physics. I mean, that alone is probably that guy's personal hell. And you know what? Fucking deserved it, by the way. He's like, why aren't you getting this? I'm like, well, it's math-based science, and I'm here against my will, so I guess we're both going to have a bad time, and I will continue to enroll in this specific class until I pass. So you and I are going to have a bad time. And he's like, that sounds like a nightmare. So Clementine was good in season 1. No, Clementine wasn't the problem. It was Duck. Duck was fucking annoying. And I was just like, when is this kid going to die? I'm certain that there are clippable moments of me being like, when is this child going to die? And I'm like, fuck. Like, I gotta quit picking games with irredeemable child characters because it's like, it's gonna be like an uncomfortable edit reel in like a couple of years when it's just like 60 minutes of Riley Byrd saying she hates children. And I'm like, guys, I don't. Like, stop the cap, you guys. I really legitimately, like, my nieces and nephews, like, the children that I have, you know, met throughout my time, like, they're just fine human beings, you know what I mean? But, like, these fictional children are so fucking annoying. It's unreal. It's unreal. I don't think in my life I've met a child that annoying. Like, it's got to be just like hyperbolic levels of nonsense, but I do know that they exist. Just, I don't seek them out. You know, I don't seek out the most annoying people on the planet because that sounds to me like a waste of a life. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. And here's the thing. How dare you? How dare you? Honestly, that would probably be a crash out moment for me. If someone showed like one of my young cousins like Uwu or whatever, and that became their like vocal stem or something like that. Cut to like a year from now. I'm at my cousin Torta's wedding. I'm setting out the beautiful pastries and stuff. I've done beautiful fruit carvings. By the way, I've been looking back into that. I will be getting a fruit carving set. That bitch is going to lose her mind when she sees this. Don't tell her, you guys. But I really like to do like fruit carvings and stuff like that. But like, when do you ever have like a situation where you need to do that? Well, a person's wedding would be a pretty good place to do that. Oh, yay. Perfect. You made it. Just for you specifically, not entirely specifically. I am just trying to just generally get better about this. But because of your comment, I've been trying to be very, very diligent about the stream schedule and like making sure that we're doing stuff and writing it down. But you know, I'm sitting there, I'm carving fruit. It's a beautiful display. There's like gorgeous, gorgeous arrays of like pies and cakes and this and that. And then from the background, I just hear, and I'm just like, I just completely vogue out. And I'm just like, I just lose my mind. I just start like a werewolf destroying this entire thing. I'm like, who taught them this? Who would do this? And I ruined what otherwise would have been a very beautiful wedding. So hopefully we don't have any more of those moments in here because I will fucking steal this girl's voice like the Little Mermaid. No more uwu moments. We will not have any of this lolicon baiting bullshit on here. I will not allow it. So anyway, a lot of people are dead though. Now here's my main theory. My main theory is I think that the fashion designer here, which by the way, entire head caved completely smashed in. Understandable for a woman because I think we have like weaker bones or whatever. Like I feel like it would be easier to crush the skull of a woman than it would be to crush the skull of a man. They just have like thicker bones for whatever reason. Probably because they used to like smash heads together like billy goats or something. It had to have been advantageous at some point. Although I have seen evidence to support the fact that beards do add a degree of cushioning to the jaw, which one of our Muay Thai fighters was like, no, I got to keep the beard because it helps cushion my jaw. And I'm like, I don't think that the evidence supported it to that degree. But as long as you no longer shave the mustache, like mustache and beard is an essential combo. You cannot just do beard, no mustache. It looks whack. And I know a lot of you guys are probably going to disagree with me when I say that, but it looks whack. You either have a mustache and a beard, or you have neither. Because you can just rock mustache. That's a classic. Like the 1970s porn stash, or like, you know, the mustache goatee business, like the Doc Holliday situation, top tier. But Beard, no mustache is just like, you're underdressed. You know, why are you doing that? So, I digress. I think it would be easier to crush the bones of a woman. I also think it's possible that she's for sure dead. I don't think he's dead. Because it's also removed a lot of the information from them before. Like, there was more information on him previously. There was more information here. Like, look at all the information we have here. And now his information is just, he's a corpse now. Interesting. So I don't think he's dead. I think it's intentionally removed the fact that he was involved in, like, shady business. There is strange text at the bottom of each of their pages. Yeah, look at all of the information that he has on him. And he had significantly more information. Corpse found in the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed. His face seems to have been smashed, or it was smashed. Because, like, first of all, if I find a grisly, bloody rock next to a caved-in face, I'm not assuming his face has been caved in by a rock. I'll say, that guy's face has been caved in by a rock. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course. So I don't think that this guy is dead, right? I think that this guy's alive. I do think that it's possible that she is dead. I think it's possible that she's dead because, and here's the thing, initially, you'll recall in episode 1 or whatever, we were talking about how, well, we weren't talking, but her and, I want to say, Rosa, were talking back and forth about, it was her and Rosa, correct? They had come off of, was it her and Rosa, or was it her and Ava, the karate chop lady? Somebody was talking about how he is unfaithful and doing a bunch of shady business, sexually. And she was like, oh, you must grasp the rose firmly, or whatever, by the root or something like that. And she's basically talking about having his balls in a vice, which I'm like, I don't think second wife's supposed to be talking about having his balls in a vice. That's something that I would put in the category of, like, things that a super rich dude would divorce you over, unless you're super into it. No, I could have sworn it was the two women talking back and forth, but I can't remember which two women. If you go back to that scene, I think it's either Karate Chop and her talking back and forth about quips, but I don't think so. She has a specific way of speaking that I think is specific. This was at the airport when her and her brother were talking. But I'm talking about specifically, they are in the rose garden. Somebody makes some comment about the roses, and I think it's her. I think she says something about the roses, and then she says something about, like, oh, like, you know, basically his balls in a vice or whatever. And it's like a back and forth, and then he's involved in the conversation as well, but the two women involved in that conversation are what I'm most interested in. Because I think if she's going around telling everybody, like, I got his balls in a vice, I make all the decisions, wah, 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 right? Like, she's already fulfilled her necessity of creating a child, which I think is a little girl. So it's like, okay, like, you had a little girl, but you're also, like, kind of demeaning him in front of his political rivals and siblings. So it's possible that she's just a casualty of all of this, potentially. So I'd like to lock in that prediction right now. It's possible that she's dead. That's going to be a 50-50. You know what I mean? Because as long as she doesn't have any tattoos, like, you just need to find, like, a stacked chick with, like, silver hair or whatever. I mean, it's possible that they could have just found that, but I think it's highly unlikely. So I think that I would put 60%. I would bet 60% that she is for sure dead. 40% that this is a falsehood. And then I would bet 80% that he is alive, 20% that he is dead. And then her, I think that it is 90% that she is not dead. I think that she is just a nondescript chick with a hime cut, and the fact that she's into fashion, and the fact that she's got this weird-ass kid with schizophrenia. I think that she is for sure alive. So I would put 90% on that she is alive. Shannon for sure dead, though. I also think that this specific servant is alive, but I would say 70-30. 70% that he's alive, 30% that he's dead. That's my confidence level in that. He is 100% dead. She is 100% dead, and that's how I would skew it so far. I don't know that Kenzo is involved necessarily, because I don't think that he would kill his children outright. But I definitely think that if he knew that there was a plot against his children, he would not step in. He doesn't give that much of a shit, but I don't think he's out here caving dudes' skulls in. So that's where we left off. I also think that she already had the note and the umbrella in this little bag here. Or during her getting her ass beat, it was flipped into her bag by her mother, and they have like a thing where she's beating her ass, and she's like, if anybody asks you where you got this umbrella, Beatrice gave it to you. I better not hear another name come out of your mouth, or I swear to God. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's a situation that could be plausible, but I think that should catch us all up, you guys. And... Ooh, the council's here. Excellent. Excellent. The council's all here. I thought it was a pretty decent one. Thank you, though. Okay, so now there's 11 people, I guess.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結構。カノンは？
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。
Okay, but now real quickly.
しまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
One sec. So back to the stream chat. I want to see everybody's alibis real quickly. God, I'm such a yapper, you guys. I need to pin these things immediately or it'll be hard to find. Okay, so for sure, we know that the people that were in the room at midnight were all 4 of the siblings and the uncle, his name's not Tiramisu. Is that his name? One second. Is that the name I gave for him? No, Tiramisu is the doctor. Yeah, Tiramisu is the doctor. What is the name that I gave this guy? Hideyoshi. Okay, so Hideyoshi. No, absolutely, that's fine. Okay. Up 1 and up 1. Okay. Perfect. So all of the siblings, Hideyoshi and the third brother's wife were all in the dining hall at midnight. Shannon was in the hallway, got murdered. Lazy Bones servant or whatever, he was in the servants' quarters of the mansion flipping through a magazine, but I feel like he's waiting for the kill order. He's waiting for the time where he's supposed to go. I feel like he's in on it. That's my prediction. Well, it would take a long time to move those bodies. Like, you gotta say, you gotta be a big dude or have a wheelbarrow to move all those bodies, because you gotta think that, like, the big brother, like the eldest brother, I would say he's like somewhere between like 160 to like 220 pounds, somewhere abouts. That's really heavy. So I couldn't lift that. And I don't even think I could lift that into a wheelbarrow to then move. That'd be like a nightmare struggle. So I don't think he did that. It would have to be like a decent sized man, right? And then I think that Tiramisu was vibing with Kenzo, but his location. Crazy. I think his location would give away something about Kenzo's mystery. And then you have Maria, and all the kids are all in the guest house. She eventually, I think that she eventually goes out there, right, with the other kids. She's asleep. Then Kenzo's for sure in his study. Okay, so that's all of their locations. So it doesn't show us. Okay. So the fox woman that we're looking at right now, Chio, she is at the guest house, and the other two servants are in the guest house. So Chio is Chio is like a 90-year-old woman, though. I doubt she's doing anything. Maybe she poisoned these people, but probably not. Like, realistically, like, she's not going to be able to cave people's heads in. She's a frail old woman. Then I don't think that the femboy and the eldest servant did anything, because, like, they would be each other's alibi. So I don't think they're involved. And the fact that Shannon's dead immediately crosses them off of the table for me. And here's the thing. Poison doesn't necessarily need to be, like, to kill you dead. It could just be to knock you unconscious so that they can, like, have time to, like, murder these people. Like, it's possible that Eva, like, karate chop lady, was poisoned, like, with sleeping medicine, and she went to bed. Yeah, it's possible that she was tranquilized along with her husband, because I feel like Hideyoshi is the type of dude to have a second slice of cake. You know what I mean? So it's possible that those two were like, oh, we're sleepy, we're gonna go to bed, because they've been tranquilized, and everybody else is just, like, not, right? Okay, so that should be all the information we need here. Imagine being a servant at a kill house, right? You're a servant on this rich person island. Your best friend / servant girl has been murdered, and you're still expected to, like, do your job. They're like, yeah, I know we ritualistically, like, killed your coworker and your friend, but, like, chop chop, I want my eggs over medium. So if you could get to that, that'd be great. Yeah. And the old woman likes Shannon, so the likelihood she's involved is very low. Very sad. Man, the femboy buying into the lore immediately. Yeah, wrong place, wrong time, I think. Now, here's the thing. It's possible that that's not the case. It's possible that they were like, we're not going to let our son marry a commoner. So second sister Karate Chop Eva is potentially responsible for Shannon's death, because she's like, like, maybe they saw her. Mm-hmm.
扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかったということでしょうか。どうして 奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Detective business.
バトラ様、これは失礼いたしました。
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
He would unironically be a pretty good detective because he's been raised in like that high class, but he's also like he's had that kind of double life. He'd be able to relate really easily to these people.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。夕べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で。
Ah, yes, the time-honored threatening of a servant whose friend just died. Classic beat cop move. Tell us where the drugs are. Here's the thing. Of all the things to not animate, you're not gonna animate the, like, yaoi scene of him, like, holding the femboy up. Like, where is he? Like, that's the thing you're not gonna animate. You'll animate and voice act for, like, a straight 5 minutes. I almost scrubbed through all of it. And I almost timestamped, like, spot to skip. I'll just give a recap later of the freaking Uwu child Maria being like, oh, my rose. And I was like, none of that. So they wrote that out. They voice acted that all out. But you're not going to give me the fan service of, like, this, like, BL moment here. You're not going to give me the fan service of him holding the one guy up. Listen, don't act, here's the thing. Don't act like I'm begging to see the scene. I'm just saying, if you're going to do one, why not the other? You're just going to black screen that. You're going to black screen that. But you're going to spend an ungodly amount of time with a hyper, like, regressed child saying a bunch of sus lines in a rose garden. I'm just saying, like, be consistent. If everything's important, maybe we need to, like, see a picture of him holding him up against the wall to see if, like, his eyes are averted or if he's staring dead at him or if he's, like, crying a little bit or something like that. So it's like, if every detail matters, why wouldn't you just put, like, the still of the manga in there? You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm just here asking questions, you guys. Yeah, he's not.
話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
お話しすることはできます。ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
He's your brother. That'd be crazy. Is he? Is he his brother? Is that why they refuse to animate it? They're like, we're not freaks. I'd be like, easy Japanese. Easy Japanese, okay?
どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
Yeah, he seems so fucking sad. I don't think he's involved. Here's the thing. I will say this though. It is possible. It is possible that we're just gonna call him because like I know that his name starts with a K. Cannon. See, and that's what I wanted to say immediately, but I'm like, no, it starts with a K. It can't be Cannon. Who's the boy from Fruits Basket? Is Yuki? This is just Yuki for us, okay? This is Yuki. I'm not going to look it up again. I am going to forget every time I go to read it. I'm going to forget every single time, you guys, like without fail. So Yuki over here is sad, and I think that he's involved in this potentially. Like, the fact that he's like knows what key is over at the Rose Garden and stuff like that. Like, I feel like as a servant, he has to like do this task a lot. And I think that it's possible that Kenzo's like, hey, go draw this symbol over there. And he's like, okay, like I'll draw this symbol or whatever. And so I think that it's possible that he's been tasked with like little stuff like that. I do not think that he's involved in the actual murders. Like, I think it's entirely possible that that he's involved potentially, but not in the murder side of it. I would say maybe 60-40 on that. 60% that he's involved, but 40% that he has like nothing to do with this. So.
森に入ると危ないから違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様は六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。親方様に莫大な黄金を。
Also, if you could get me a PNG of Canon, that would be super. I have a meme template I'm gonna make.
する方なのです。
はあ？よせやい、よせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだったのか
？Yeah, not the time for humor right now. Their friend is dead.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっとお仕えしている方でございます。おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、その。
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
お姿が？なんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。
That's crazy.
ベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら。
How convenient. How convenient. The servants are not permitted to look at her.
をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
Oh my.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折、
Are you being for real right now, Foxwoman?
身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら
That could just be fluorescence.
しているのかよ。
バトラ様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様は いるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることを。ベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
おいおいよせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
Kenzo in a hold on. Kenzo in an absolutely drunken, absent fest is just like, if any of you would afraid her, I'll have you thrown from the cliffs. He's just like, ah. He's just like crazy drunk one day, just like running around the palace, like, ah, like Beatrice, Beatrice. Crazy. So down, Dad.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
That'd be crazy. Schizophrenic child. Oh, schizophrenic child. We've all been waiting for you. What if...
バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。だから見えない、会えない、話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
What if this child's been hypnotized and her cue is people talking about Beatrice?
賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。昨日私がベアトリーチェ
Beatrice is just a German geologist he's murdered. Wouldn't that be crazy?
バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
She's like, I'm a witch, and he's like, I'll kill
生
you.
まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
I much prefer this little demon child to the Uwu child. This personality is my favorite.
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな？わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェがいるのが。
いるって、どこにさ？
だから、ベアトリーチェがここにいるのが。
Yeah, but hold on. They just said people of lowly birth can't see her. So, like, how would they know? How convenient. Only I can see my imaginary friend that produces gold and kills people. Only me. And when I deem it so, I'll have them struck down. This girl straight up Light Yagami the Third. Straight up.
だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
Oh yeah, this literal piece of trash I've been carrying around.
何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
そうか。あれがなかったら。
That scene, okay, so I'm thinking that because she told them to like put it on the doorknob, right? So if they have that on them, don't kill them, right? So obviously it's like, okay, the people that have done the crime wouldn't have that charm on them or whatever, but they put the charm on the heir's wife's door because of Jessica, because she's like, I don't need this because I'm with everybody else. We'll just put that on our door. So I wonder if their intention was to kill the heir's parent. Kill both of Jessica's parents, right? Oh no, both of Jessica's parents are dead, right? But then they see that on there, and like some stupid servant's been told, like, if this little trinket or whatever, by the way, this trinket is like garbage or whatever, so the adults wouldn't do anything about it, but the children would. So like, that must have been a failsafe in case like Jessica went and like slept in one of the rooms, right? She's like, okay, if I sleep here or whatever, we're gonna put this on the door, you know? So I feel like some servant saw that thing and was like, okay, don't murder who's in this room. But they're like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to murder who's in this room. And then they see Shannon, and they're like, she definitely doesn't have one of these. I'm going to kill Shannon because now she's seen me. So Shannon saw what she wasn't supposed to see, which is a murderer. Right? Probably saw fucking old what's-his-face trying to get into, like, the heir's wife's room. And so he's just like, absolutely not. I gotta kill this bitch. She's seen too much. She's not even supposed to be here. Like, can't fucking follow directions. And also, remember, he told her to, like, do the rounds or whatever. So he didn't want to do the rounds. I feel like there's a connection there. And they just put the other one on their door. Like, they're in the guest house. Obviously, nobody in the guest house is getting murdered. That's why they've been told to be in the guest house. But these little charms, I think, are fail-safes in case they go from the guest house to the regular house. I think that's the only purpose they serve. Because goons are dumb. They can't adapt to plans. So you have to, like, build in these little talismans to, like, keep them from fucking up your master plan.
あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、全然ダメだ。お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ、俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ。
Yeah. The charm has no.
しまったんだぜ。だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。なら魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに今この瞬間。
Because the charm is to tell a goon to not do something. The charm is like, anybody that doesn't have a charm on them, cave their fucking skull in.
魔法のセンス？悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
No, absolutely. This is trash. I threw it away, right? Because the people in the guest house don't get murdered. But then if this thing is elsewhere, I think that thing is like that is a fail-safe totem, basically.
バトラ様。カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが、俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまで、ベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Trust but verify, Battler.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ、ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。
Why would a 1,000-year-old witch want to hang out with a kid?
無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
I love this schizophrenia child. Schizophrenia child on top. Like, Uwu kid's getting sacrificed, but schizophrenia child, we can hang out with. You know what I mean? Natsui. I love that she's just like got the shotgun. She's like, not today, not me, you guys. Click clack. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Hell yeah. She said Second Amendment where? You know what I mean? Oh man. Wait, is this pre-war Japan? Because hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. She is not taking no chances.
Definitely. Maria ちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるでその二重人格みたいな感じで。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Nice. This is a feature, not a bug, you guys. This is better. This is objectively better. You're telling me you guys preferred Uwu Child? Please.
本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃、
Yeah, Schizo Child, way better. Actually, speaking of... Oh, 1 second. Speaking of, Schizophrenia Child... Where's our tier list? Hey, resend me that tier list. Hi, Sweetling. What are you doing over here? Perfect. Okay. Hi, sweetie boy. That's a good boy. Yes, I would like to add her as a separate character. Give me a more schizophrenic version of that child. Or you could just, like, put her in a different color. Like, if she just was purple or something like that, I feel like that'd be fine. Like, if you just put a color filter over top of her and made her, like, I think maybe purple or something. I feel like that would suffice. Then we could glam up this child. We're going to take a real quick commercial break here, you guys. And I will return. And then we will get back down to this mystery business. So let's... Bum, bum, bum. And we're back. Perfect. Oh man, this meme's gonna be so fire, you guys. Okay.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
Yes, that's exactly who I thought it was. Perfect.
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。
Rosa, who I suspect of being very integral to this murder plot.
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期はそうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか、成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜってマラソンで全力疾走とか、そういう気持ちはあったな。勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ。
Fuck, real.
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、ああやっぱりクスクス。
Fun fact, it's very hard to know what your blood type is in America. You have to like specifically ask.
でも女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。 男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて、かつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに、女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
Runts. No runts.
つまり
Get out of there.
オカルトに関心を持つのは
Run.
年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか。
Must be publicly shamed for his greed. The only way. I should make him like a little tiny pillory. Like I have to make him like a naughty boy cone for when he eats his brother's food that just is like a big foam pillory that he has to wear when he's just eating all of his brother's food.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持
I
つ
think
こ
it's
とを
his
言う。
cord.
だから、それを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが
Guys, do you think they just MK Ultra this child? Like, what are the odds on
どう
that?
いうわけか。
That they just
あの時期
MK
はそうい
Ultra
うの
this
がや
kid?
たらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。
Did they literally... They better be poking fun at the 9-year-old, 1,000-year-old witch thing. Because I swear to God. If this game is just lolly baiting, I'm gonna be so pissed. I don't think it is, but like... How many times in anime have you been like, oh, she has the body of like a 6-year-old girl, but she's actually a 1,000-year-old witch. And I'm like, a 1,000-year-old witch would not want to be a child. She would want to be like a, like, I don't know, a girl in her prime or something like that. At best, she wants to be a girl in her prime like all the witches in The Witcher, where the moment they get a single ounce of magical power, they're like, I want to be absolutely fucking stacked and gatted. You know what I mean? I want to be the baddest bitch in all the land, and I'm going to be a terrible person. Only a creep wants to be a child, absolutely. If you gave me the power to, at whim, be whatever age I wanted to be, I can guarantee you I would not want to be a child ever. I wouldn't. For what reason would I want to be a child? I wouldn't. If you want people to ignore you, be old. And if you want people to give you attention, you want to be like 25. I don't make the rules. It just is what it is. So, at no point, if I'm a 1,000-year-old witch, at no point would I be like, I want to be like 8 years old. That would not happen. So this whole like anime protagonist bullshit where it's like, oh, we gotta go see this witch, and this witch is like, you know, or even like, you get a lot of this in, I think, 7 Deadly Sins, which is really annoying to me because I'm like, I kind of like 7 Deadly Sins, but it's like, why does the one guy's fairy girlfriend have to look like a kid? Hate it. I hate it. Can't she just look like a teeny tiny actual adult woman? Does she have to have the features and affectations of a child? I don't care if it's a long-lived race. I need this suspense of reality here for her to not look like an infant. That is fucking crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like, in long-lived races like elves and stuff like that in popular culture, elves don't look like children. They're like, we view them as children until they're about 40 years old, and then they get to go into, like, adulthood as far as elves go. But you're not seeing any 25-year-old elves that look like they're, like, 8 years old. It just isn't a thing. You know what I mean? There are races that are, like, I think, what is it? Delicious in Dungeon Meshi, or whatever, where Chilchuck is actually like 35 or something like that, but he looks young, but he's 35, but he's also a halfling, you know what I mean? Like, he just looks like a small man. He doesn't look like an actual child, and he doesn't conduct himself like a child. That's the other thing too. Like, he's not doing these weird little ooh like moments, you know what I mean? So I think that that's like a step in the right direction. Like, and also an important note is, like, it seems pretty obvious to me that, like, when a character is like a young boy, like, that they're not often sexualizing them, but when it's a character that's a young girl, it's like hypersexual. Everybody's always talking about their chest, or they're wearing like a little bikini swimsuit or something like that. And I'm just like, can we not? Like, can we not? Japan, please, I beg of you. Like, can we not? Like, I feel like we've gone as a society, we've just kind of gone off the rails with that stuff, and I think it's just ridiculous. And I think, honestly, popular culture just lets it slide way too much. I feel like we should be like, if they can, in ancient Greece, have a movement to force them to put fig leaves over the genitalia of their statues and stuff like that, I feel like as a society, we could be like, we gotta stop with this lollipop business. Like, it's too much. It's too much. It's not necessary, it's too much. Jessica, if I recall, is like 16 to 18. She doesn't have the juggies out. Like, can we just, as a society, move past this hypersexualization of things that ought not be? You know what I mean? Like, what was the anime I watched pretty recently? She's 18. See, she's 18, no juggies out, but like, why is Maria wearing low-key a little bit of a corset? Like, and I'm not saying that that's exactly what they're trying to do, but like, what is this business? Why? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's cute, but like, why are we doing this? You know? Like, it's little things like that just like, bit of a sand in the oyster, and I guess maybe that's not like the best analogy, because sand in an oyster creates a pearl, but for me it just creates this grating irritation that it's like, it's unnecessary, you know what I mean? And I think it was like the Dungeon Black Company or something like that I was watching, where it's like this big dragon, big scary crazy dragon, rah, ooh, super crazy, and then the dragon turns into like a busty woman, and you're like, okay, all right, fan service, dragon can shapeshift and she's hot. But then, like, this dragon's preferred form is a child. And I'm like, once again, why? And it's like, no, because this is a young dragon. And I'm like, you can't... Like, guys, I'm so tired of this. You know what I mean? Like, not this game specifically, but just, like, the exhaustion of, like, of just anime in general, just like forcing these overtones into things, because it's like, and I mean, it's existed since the dawn of time, you know what I mean? Socrates was a fucking freak. I mean, he had good ideas, but he's also a fucking freak. Like, I feel like we can all kind of agree that that's like unnecessary. And then you'll get into like, you know, in the Renaissance, they're like painting kids in gold paint or whatever. That was like a big thing during, I want to say, the Medici popes. Is they're like, this like the decadence, and they use this like gold paint. Yeah, age distortion is like way. And as a society, I don't understand why we don't just like, when these people are like, but what if? what if we did this? And it's like, yeah, how about we break that guy's thumbs and then see how often he brings this up again? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's just like, oh, like, these people are such geniuses. Look how good they are at art, and look how good they are at this. And, oh, well, it's a political figure. Like, that's like it's like, it's like that guy that you've been friends with since college. And you're like, nah, Dave's cool and all. But I'm like, Dave gets drunk and, like, pulls his hog out at, like, every single one of our, like, tailgating parties. I think it's probably time for either him to not be allowed to drink anymore, or for him to be, like, on a watch list. Because, like, this behavior is inappropriate and far too frequent. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I guess we just have a society where, like, it's just, like, too predominant that people don't want to be a buzzkill. But I'm just like, this is crazy, right? This is crazy. But yeah, I think it's Dungeon Black Company or whatever, where she's like a big dragon and then a busty lady. And then for the majority of the anime, she's like a little girl, but also a dragon. And I'm like, yawn. Like, once again, I'm honestly, I'm going to have to put a tier list of these things together as well, where it's just like anime I liked. And then as they introduce more and more nonsense, I'm just like, yeah, and of course that's the anime that gets, like, renewed for a second season or whatever, which is my other secondary gripe from this. My perfectly reasonable romance animes with characters that are of age and appropriate. 12 episodes, then canceled forever. But, like, this freaking thing where it's, like, got an obvious lolly character that's, like, front and center in this thing, that's the thing that gets, like, 18 seasons. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what would happen, because, like, why wouldn't it? And I'm just, like, so tired of it, you guys. It's just, so much. But
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ、その願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。
Can't relate.
家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見
Unfortunately, guys, I just keep it real as fuck all the time. I don't understand this whole, like, necessarily code switching business.
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか、人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを
I mean, I guess to a degree, like, I wouldn't use, like, I wouldn't, like, use hood vernacular with super old people all the time, because, like, one, they're not going to get it, and two, like, it's just, not. But as far as, like, my overall tone and how I conduct myself similarly everywhere, because one, you should be giving your peers and your elders a modicum of respect or whatever. But I don't know, as far as, like, my overall just, like, demeanor and stuff like that, I don't really change that with people. And honestly, at the time in my life where I did change that, because I'm like, oh, I have to be more professional at my job, I have to be more reserved, I have to, like, keep more of this stuff or whatever, I had, like, worse results. Like, here's the funniest thing. At a time in my life where I was the most professional, I experienced the worst, like, discrimination at my job and stuff like that, because they're like, yeah, you're fucking making us all look bad, like, knock it off. Like, we all want to be, like, alcoholics and, like, half-ass our jobs, and you're, like, kind of crushing it right now, and that's making us look like shit, so, like, we're gonna be extra mean to you. And I'm like, it kind of is one of those things that I think is probably more exclusive to, like, autistic people and stuff like that, because it's like, you asked for someone that is good at their job, that excels at this, and then at every opportunity you punish me for that exact thing that you requested. So I'm like, I mean, I guess I understand it's not really feasible to, like, fire half the staff, but, like, realistically, like, these people are redundant, and they are bad for the brand, and that's something that just you have to, like, parse through. in the corporate world and stuff like that. It's really very confusing. Like, on its face, it doesn't make sense why you would keep around people that are like bad at their jobs and stuff like that, but shockingly common in the corporate world. And as far as like being around my friends and family, like, you'd think my family would like learn to not ask me questions. Like, for example, they're like, we want to read your books, Riley, we want to read your books. I'm like, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not good for you to read them. I mean, honestly, I can't physically stop you from reading them since they're on Amazon and stuff like that. Like, with very little difficulty, you can find these novels. But I'm like, I wouldn't recommend it. And also, I'm going to be pretty mad if you read them because, like, I just don't like the idea of, like, my grandmother reading, like, this, like, very autistically detailed sex scene that I've curated and created. But then they're just like, well, how dare she tell us no? We're going to read them anyway. And I'm like, I mean, that's on you, kind of. Like, it doesn't really change anything about my day-to-day other than saying that you don't respect that I was trying to, like, not put you in a position of having to imagine a sex scene I created. But also, like, yeah, who cares? Like, adults have sex. I don't see why you think me gatekeeping that specifically from you was some big win, but it's just odd to me that they would be like, well, you can't tell us what to do. And I'm like, you're my elders. Like, your response shouldn't be like, nah, 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 I'll do what I want. Your response should be like, you know, well, I respect that you are trying to, like, shield my virtue or whatever, but, like, I did, like, orchestrate this entire family through my reproductive loins. So, like, I would appreciate if you would, like, respect me as a human over the fact that we are, like, familially connected. And I'd be like, wow, what a great way to express yourself. It's something that I would, like, expect of an elder and, like, the matriarch or patriarch of a household. And yet, none of that. But oh, whoop.
キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつがあれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど
Oh yeah, a guy that can't hold his frame is so disgusting.
つまりおさらいするとだ。マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格のようなものを見せても、
Yep.
それほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか?
No, little girls just have schizophrenia, Battler. Like, it is what it is. Little girls are allowed to be schizophrenic, but boys are not. Boys are not allowed to be schizophrenic, and you can mark that. Just girly things, and it's being schizophrenic.
親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。
Is that a cookie? Hold on. Hold the phone.
じゃあ、ローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな?
Got more
cranberries than usual?
No, brown sugar. Not because of the candied. I heavily candied the stupid walnuts, and it's too much.
Too much.
Too much.
Look at this.
That's why it looks like
Look at this.
caramel. It's almost caramelized.
Delicious. I really only need some of this.
It'll probably taste amazing.
Give me that container. This is so good. I'm going to eat this while we do.
Caramelized cookie, but
yeah, this is sticky.
Yeah, correct. It's like a...
Also, I'm gonna need you to eat one of the brownies from my recipe the next time I make it because I need to make adjustments to it, and I'm not entirely certain what. Yep. It's cakey, but it's like too dense.
Yep. And
I need it to be more browny, but I'm struggling with the texture of it. The flavor's all right. I think the flavor's like a little bland, but that's based off of the weight to it. Maybe a reduction of flour, perhaps, but
yes.
I'm trying to do baking math.
It's too cakey, it's too much flour.
You think so?
Oh, I know that.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, he's like, can't believe you're single. Oh my god, dude. Does he just like fundamentally not get that him and Sharon were a thing?
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話。ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だから、マリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、 魔女みたいな声で笑い出し
I
たり
noticed
す
she
ると
didn't bring up the laughing like, hold on.
だからマリアもローザおばさんがいるときにはそういう話をしないようになったみたい
That's not what she said. She didn't care for the uwu business. There was no mention of the occult or laughing like a witch. Interesting. Chandelier! Yeah, little kids are cringe. I once nannied this little boy that when he would, so you're like, hey, he has to go down or whatever, and you have to make sure that he's asleep because he'll go to bed, but he won't go to sleep. And I'm like, yeah, I guess that's pretty normal for kids that age or whatever. And they're like, no, no, no. And so they had like paranormal activity, like baby monitors or whatever. So I was like, okay, whatever. This kid was so fucking spooky. So like, he'd go to bed and I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, we're going to wind down and then like, it's time for you to go to bed or whatever. And I'd be like doing my homework or whatever. And I'd see this kid just vampire his way up into bed and just start singing like, do 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 do, like the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song. And I'm just like, but like, imagine the paranormal activity, like monochromatic black and white. This kid just shoots up out of bed 90 degrees and then just starts singing like the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse song. He's like doing a little dance or whatever, and then just lays back down in bed. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to take a nap at this house. Like, this is going to get crazy. I don't think there's a 19th person.
Jessica, ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか？
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじいさまがベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじいさまと喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ？
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるようなそんな雰囲気だよ。実際にはいないことを知っててもそれを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
使用人たちの間では
Very religious, very superstitious
やっぱり
people.
雇い主のじいさまがいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか？
さあ、 詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間では、ベアトリーチェの話は、ある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ？夜見回りをしている時、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回り
R.I.P.
の
to
時に
Max's
見た
dead
ことがある
table.
と言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在は、お稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
I know Kitsune, but what's an Inari? God of foxes, agriculture, fertility, rice, tea, and sake. Okay. Inari. Differently from time and place. I thought a Kitsune was the fox god. Japanese Shinto shrines are dedicated to Inari and feature torii and statues of Kitsune. Kitsune are white foxes that are benevolent messengers but can be malicious and bring about grave disasters. Okay, so that's like a specific type of fox. Okay. Here's a letter from the witch. She was so innocent, and a green footstool. Hi, boy cat. Yes. Yes. That's a good snuggle boy. There you go. Shanna gave good foot rubs. Careful. Beatrice the Golden. Okay, I think we did everything here. Oh, gosh. You okay? Alright, so now we're entering into like religion and mysticism here.
じゃあつまりこの島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起これば
Yeah, pretty much.
それはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
That just sounds like somebody like
つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。
that just sounds like a burglar.
確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよね。
Yeah, all this sounds just like burgling.
普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。ま、そんなくったらない話さ。
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。それだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
そこでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
え？
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ？ 18人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと。
Exactly. The fact that everyone keeps insisting that Beatrice did this is why I think that there's not a Beatrice. It's too convenient.
気に入らないって何がだよ。
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
Like not when everybody's asleep and separated. The fact that everybody had to be asleep and separated to me tells me this is a flesh and blood human that's doing this.
どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ。内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
まあね。
つまり不可視の19人目が実在したなら最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。いやそもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。にもかかわらずその時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白。にもかかわらずマリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り誰もが自分でないと否定している。
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいるとこう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
No, I don't think any of the children are involved.
何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めさせようとしている。そうさ。I
also don't think George or Henry is involved either because his girlfriend's been murdered. So I think if he was like, yeah, it's cool if you want to kill like my uncle and my aunts or whatever, but I don't think he would have been down with the girl he literally just like got engaged to being murdered.
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても、その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞い
Yeah,
て
I'd
い
say
て、
like I'm probably about
少しだけ気持ち悪い
98%
ことを
certain
思い
there's
出した
not
け
a
ど、
19th
気
person
持
here.
ち悪いことって？
That would be crazy to me. Like that would be
覚えて
such
るかい？
like
ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。そして利子とは後ろ宮家のすべてだと言った。
言ってたぜ。確かに言ってた。そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
mhm.
おじい様は黄金を授かり、後ろ宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。
Yeah, that's
つま
fair.
り
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後ろ宮家のすべて、つまりじい様が生み出したものすべてってことは、じい様から血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
I don't know. I think they probably mean the assets, but
こ
whatever.
の殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。となればこの事件はまだ続くよ。利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。でもおかしいよジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
Well, yeah, that'd be in a bad faith, though.
黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら利子の権利は失われる。そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
ジーザス、ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじい様のあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてれば
It's actually low-key kind of hard to be like, if you don't solve this riddle, I'm just gonna waste everybody. Like, they can't just sit around and be nepo babies. They have to solve the riddle, which is pretty cool. A time deadline on a threat is way better than just an open-ended threat. An open-ended threat is like, okay, you're gonna do this eventually. Well, who's to say you're gonna do that? If you have to say, well, I'm gonna do something bad eventually, it's like, who gives a shit? But like, the time delay or the time deadline on a threat is what makes a threat. Like, if you do this, I'll do this. And if the expectation of that is immediately after or very soon after, way more dangerous of a threat. Oh, right, and it's still monsooning. I mean, facts and valid. Like, the world is broken, and it needs to be rebuilt. It must needs be remade.
確かにそう考えると
Where's tiramisu?
納得がいくっていうもんや。その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
おお、ベアトリーチェはいる。おお。
Noah woos. If she woos, I will rip her vocal cords from her throat.
隠し黄金など存在しません。ですが、その存在を盲信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで、それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどと頷けるものがあります。しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
道理ですな。
There's tiramisu.
謎を解かせるなら、金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは。
He just wants a nice meal and for Kenzo to stop drinking.
そう
He's so exhausted. I love that about him. He's just a tired cream puff of a man. I also think it's pretty funny that Tiramisu is like such a large man, but he's like, you gotta quit drinking, Kenzo. It's bad for your health. Meanwhile, he's like, when will dinner be ready? Hilarious.
金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
これだけの財産を持つ後ろ宮家を背負われる方です。
This man looks like he keeps little cakes in his pocket, and he's like, Kenzo, you gotta stop drinking.
それらすべてに打ち勝ってきたからこそ、今日の繁栄があるのです。
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんて、ちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
はい。
Guys, I'm pretty proud of that Kenzo quote.
こういう発想はどうだろう。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
That quote was sick. Top tier quote, I would say.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. Eek. She's just clinging to that shotgun for dear life. I love it.
面白い話じゃない？つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞ。
That old man is not gonna fold under interrogation. I can tell you that right now. He didn't give a fuck about these people. They're like, Kenzo, tell us where the gold is or we'll kill your family. And he's like, if it's not Beatrice, I'm not interested.
それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様。
I personally think that Grandpa Kenzo's in the walls. I think he's just vibing in the walls right now.
多分私でしょう。今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。
Back to the office. Let's check it out.
ずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
Why would you do that? Go check the study.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
Eva, don't be lazy. Do the scavenger hunt like your dad was.
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない。
Don't fuck with me, Genji. Dad made a panic room, and you don't make a panic room just to not interact with your family. And I'm like, oh, how wrong you'd be, Ava. Even the man just wants to drink and do puzzles, okay? He doesn't want to listen to you guys. He just needs his panic room. That has nothing to do with the gold. The gold's probably hidden in the walls or something.
後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
Other than the secret passage through the Beatrice photos, which I, by the way, said in episode 1. So if that's the case, then I think that the portraits are hidden doors, personally.
って言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと今からある人がとても。
And the reason I think that is if there was anything sketchy going on, then like you'd end up at Beatrice's photo, thus further compounding the like, woo, Beatrice or whatever. But he has a photo of Beatrice in his office, and there's a big photo of Beatrice downstairs. So if I'm a rich old dude that's obsessed with a woman, that's what I make my door.
そして熊沢さん、隠し扉はあるの？ないの？源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
間違いなく片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんは
Yeah, I think they're lying.
いえ、私も聞いたことがありません。
He absolutely has heard of something like that.
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありません。
He's absolutely heard of something like that. In fact, he's the one that helped close it, I suspect.
とってもシンプルな話なの。
Tiramisu, you will lower 13 bentos into the wall and close this picture for me. I will set out in my secondary bunker until my family figures out where the gold is, or they all perish. As he just hears the click of a painting and he just starts eating his his little din-dins that he's had the fox women prepare for him. Man, like a little bento would go pretty hard right now. Like a nice little sushi, maybe like a yaki udon bento would be pretty top tier right now. With like the little cucumbers cut like little bunnies.
兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。
I don't think she did.
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
I don't remember this at all.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
I think this is a load of bull.
もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか、ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。実はね、そのレシート、姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ？
This seems like a total
書斎
fabrication.
の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
ってことはどういうことですか？つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
ちょっと待ってよ、エヴァおばさん。レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。じいさまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確には分かんないんじゃない？私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
なんやその話。なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
申し訳ありません。あの後立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失念していました。
知らないわよ、そんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくて、お父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから、私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、
Okay.
あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。
Okay.
扉を使わず、どうやってお父様は
The painting of Beatrice.
そんなことは知りません。私が知りたいくらいです。
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や。
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですが、夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか。
私です。昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。
Yes.
だがな、夏日姉さん、不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
She did, yeah.
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのかわかりません。どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい。
What a bitch.
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
No, we saw her talk to him and he said you're a true eagle or whatever. What a bitch.
複数の人間の目撃があるのは
Oh my god.
でも今朝以降、お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。
Wow.
そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。さあ、この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら。
Right? No, she talked to him and she said, please come to breakfast. And he was like, nah.
母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
なんだそりゃ。そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
Was that a different day that Eva goaded her into talking to Kenzo? Because I could have sworn she went to she got the key, went to Kenzo because the one guy had to go check the thing. This is before everybody was dead. No, that was the same day because that was the whole reason why Genji didn't do it. Is he's like, yeah, you go do this, and she's like, okay, cool. Yeah, so Eva just being a shady bitch right now. Like, we saw Kenzo with our own eyes. They're just trying to gaslight us right now. Yeah, they're just trying to gaslight us. And I bet he threw the... Okay, here's my... Once again, here's my thought here. Kenzo's like, fuck no, I'm not going to breakfast. Like, what about... like, no thank you. And he's like, why is she in my study instead of my faithful servant? Red flag. And then he's like checking through the Beatrice peephole hears that everybody's dead, and he's like, oh, I gotta live in the walls for a minute, because I gotta live this out, you know what I mean? Because he can't entirely be sure it's Beatrice, or if it's just somebody, like, murdering people. So I think Kinzo's in the wall right now. How fucking funny would it be if Kinzo, the guy dying from alcohol poisoning, his liver is literally rotting. Now, here's the thing, though. He reeks, right? So I feel like if he's in the walls, people will just smell death throughout the house and be like, it's like he's in the room with us. He's literally in the walls, just like looking through the fucking peepholes, and it's like, and they're like, oh god, it smells like a corpse in here, you guys. It's terrible. And Kinzo's just like, just checking in on his family. You know what I mean? Yeah, Eva's just trying to gaslight us right now. Don't listen to her, gang. She's just doing crime. That actually makes me believe she's in on it even more. Like, I would crank that up to like 80% Eva's in on this.
南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。しかも困ったことに警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんてジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょう。
And I feel like back then you could just cave in somebody's skull and be like, yep, that person's dead. Definitely the person that we're looking at. It's like, not.
夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
Now the burden of this is on the burden of proof is kind of on the accuser. Yeah, we were there. We saw that. Are they trying to make us crazy? What would really suck? Hold on. What would really suck right now is if Natsuki or whatever is just schizophrenic. She just made all that up. Like, what we saw was a lie because she just wanted to believe it so deeply. She goes there, he's not there, and she just was like, and then he said that I should have a one-winged eagle on my heart, and he was so nice to me, and I'm like, Now I'm starting to question if that actually happened or not. Like, if she just, like, had lost her mind, and she's like, and he likes me the best of all.
なんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Hell yeah.
引き捨てなりません。それ以上は引き捨てがなりません。
Nice.
後ろ宮夏日。この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。
Hell yeah.
当主後継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
何？その銃で私を撃つの？いいわよ。
Crazy. This would be a great screen grab.
言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ？やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
This is insane. I like that it's a lever action. Those are really... Lever action and pump action are, like, very satisfying weapons.
落ち着いてえな、夏日姉さん。確かに お父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。
Oh, that pissed me off too. I'd be like, shh.
それだけのことじゃありませんか。
Yeah, it's definitely this cord, you guys. I think we found the culprit. It's this frickin' cord. Honey, next time we go to storage, I'm gonna swap these out. My cable's going out.
開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうもんね。
Now I have to figure out how. I told you guys it's a painting.
どこまで私を愚弄すれば。反論したいならぜひしなさいな。そうね。今すぐ
Just blow a hole in the ceiling.
そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
そんなこと説明もできませんし不要です。
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。
Rage baiter professional Eva over here.
の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
Shut your frivolous mouth, Eva. Hell yeah.
私の推理はこうよ。扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。そしてレシートもそれを立証している。
Yeah.
にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答え
は The painting of Beatrice.
窓から出したのよ。
No.
夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのよ。
Crazy. No, of course not. Of course not. Kablam.
こらえてください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
I see.
中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。
Okay. I think Eva's in on it 98% sure. Because who is this invested in where Kinzo's at? She didn't seem to give a fuck before. She's like, the only interest she seems to have in this is goading Natsuhi into having Kenzo at the dinner table. And the moment that she's not at the dinner table, then she can be like, you did something. Because she's like, obviously Natsuhi has nothing to do with this. She's just kind of an idiot. But if she can goad Natsuhi into shooting somebody, then she can be like, Natsuhi and her servant, right? Because that one guy is the house servant. The big dumb idiot, right? So, I believe, does it tell us whose household they're... She's a part-timer. It doesn't tell us what family they work for, right? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he works for the head of household. He works for the head of household. And he's the new guy, right? I think they know him, right? So he kills these people. Maybe he gets double-crossed. Sure, but I feel like this is like Ava's man right here. Because this chick works for, they've been there for a while, you know what I mean? But like, okay, yeah, I guess fair enough. But I feel like there's a connection between this dude. Oh, hello. There's a connection between this dude and these people, right? He kills all these people potentially or whatever. Like he's in on this whole thing to kill definitely this guy, definitely this chick, potentially this chick, and maybe these two. Then he gets for sure murdered at the end. Tie up that loose end, right? He gets for sure murdered at this loose end. Oh my god, fat boy. Fat boy.
He's outside.
He's a fat.
Him rushing in or whatever.
Fat boy. Doing fat boy crimes. Anyway. And so then he gets axed at the very end. Like, he drags all the bodies into the thing, and they're like, thank you, Toshiro. You've been a great help. Kablam! Smashed face. And he's like, Marr! Like, because he's not expecting it. Crack to the skull, right? For whoever didn't die. Probably this dude right here. Probably Rudolph. Rudolph's like, you've been a big help, Toshiro. Thank you so much. Smashes his head in, right? Because he's a big guy. You'd want to murder him where the corpses are. You wouldn't want to have to drag him. You know what I mean? And then she's like, perfect. We're going to convince Natsuhi to, like, start shooting people or something. And then we're going to pin all this on her. Conveniently, who's next up? Who stands to gain the most from it? Ava. Because she's like, Natsuhi's unstable. Jessica's parents are both dead. She's an orphan. She doesn't even really want to be here anyway. Clearly, it should go to me. And if you guys suspect me of wrongdoing, no problem. It goes to my son. Right? Battler is an orphan, hypothetically. Now, maybe the father is, like, getting, like, a quarter of the profits or something like that, and he's just gonna fuck off and do something else, because he doesn't seem interested in this at all. And he just starts a new life, gets a new wife, maybe even potentially abandons his son, because he's got, like, animosity towards his kid anyway, because of how he, like, screwed over his first wife or something like that. And then maybe she's also potentially dead, but was, like, double-crossed or something like that, because her kid is integral to this whole situation, but you don't really want to cut her in on it. So that's, like, where my head's at currently. This would be such a good screen grab right now. Like, actually, like, where it's, like, the battle lines of the both of them, or the different colors or whatever. Like, a real Death Note situation with the red and blue. Really like that.
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに夕べのベアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて、ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっていうことだ。本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。
He's being such a good purse dog right now. Hideyoshi, come on, man.
どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか。侍とわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや。
なぜこの私が後宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめは。
Crazy.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。エヴァおばさん。
No, Rents. That's mommy's word.
ダメって何がだよ、バトラー。
全然ダメって何が？バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
一方からしか見られないから。 夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
Well, or because she's involved, but sure.
夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、そんなハッタリのチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ。レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。筋は悪くない。だが、俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。これが答案なら、居残りで報酬ってとこだぜ。
あら。 じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、そうだと断言することはできね
え。ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？姉さんしかありえないのよ。私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん、そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。じゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。どうやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。だから窓も使用されていない。その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。これは認めるしかない。だがしかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン、ベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。例えばベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたら、おばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い開花へ戻る。
Yeah, he played you guys.
もうない。つまりじい様は密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け、エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
何よそれ。どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？口頭無形にも程があるわよ。
Yeah, he's in the walls. I'm certain of it.
口頭無形かもな。だがそれでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。チェスで言えばチェックくらいにはなったろ。だがチェックメイトじゃねえ。そして俺が最高に気に入らねえのは、それを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って、それができなきゃ黒だって
Yeah, that's mad
エヴァおばさん
suspicious.
のその論法さ。
It's one thing to get to the bottom of it, but you're trying to goad her into a
この
reaction.
後ろ宮バトラ、ここでもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ、あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。あんたにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。じい様の遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
Yep.
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。母さんがじい様の最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。
Oh
レシートの
man.
件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。 僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。夏日おばさんだけが責められる道理はない。
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に。そんなざれ言で説明がつくと思って。
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。
Or even more ridiculously, Kenzo's just in the bathroom,
自分が関わっていない
right?
という証拠を示して
He's just in there asleep. Oh, right, she has asthma. Yeah, you can't get all worked up when you have a autoimmune condition.
ジェシカ、しっかり。なんじゃ先生。
ジェシカさん。
I don't think they had did they have inhalers back then?
私が持ってきているのがあります。
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
Yeah, you should move to a drier climate.
お嬢様、お薬です。さあ。
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。びっくりしたぜ。
Yeah, so she couldn't have killed anybody. She wouldn't have been able to breathe.
心配すんじゃねえぜ。
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。明日、警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。でも、バトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？犯人を。大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために、1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
それは否定しないです。これだけの
Here's the thing, it's also possible that the two younger siblings are the ones that are in cahoots, and they're framing Ava for this because they don't like her.
18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが、俺は
Although I do kind of think that she's in on this.
俺にとってのエヴァおばさんは
I'm gonna like dial that back on her though, because it's possible that she's the red herring. Like it's possible they're like, oh, Ava's such a nightmare, she's a murderer, but it's like...
バトラ君に同じ意味のない罵り合いだね。多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるからみんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね、そう。レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。私たちだって等しく疑わしい。でもね、バトラ君、レシートの話だけは本当よ。 これ忘れないでね。そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか、もう一度よく考えてみてね。結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
Oh, guys, they
こ
said
れ
the
以
title.
上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。
Yeah.
私も同じよ。確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
お好きになさるといいでしょう。でもくれぐれも用心。
That's actually pretty nice of her to just be like, hey, just be careful. It's like, you're a real bitch, but I don't wish your death, even though I'd like to cause it.
犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
ええ、十分よ。
Well, I haven't. Ka-chow blows a hole through her chest.
源氏さん、
We could cross her off the list. That'd be crazy.
それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
源氏、カノ、お二人を客室までお送りを。
結構よ。送り狼。
What about dinner?
むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心。
Yeah, but how can we confirm you're in your room? We need to know you're in your room.
ここでみんなといるよ。
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。僕は
I feel like she's gonna do some shady business. Like, her husband will be in the room, but she's not. You know what I mean?
あなたからも言ってやってよ。
How about we all walk into the room? We all see you go into the room and lock it. We put a little seal. Here's what I would do. If I'm worried about a murderer or something like that, I'm getting a bunch of those seals, right? Those like seals or whatever. And I'm writing something on the seal, right? That has maybe not to do, like if some outside person outside of all of us came in there, it would just be a seal that would have nothing to do with who's in the room. Because we all communally would know who was in the room. The first two people go in the room, they lock their side, I close the door, I put a seal on, I glue the seal onto the door, right? So like if that gets broken on the outside, then we know that somebody's like gone into their room and they can't get out of the room without also breaking the seal. That's what I would do. And then we would just go on and on and on and on. And then at the very last little bit, I would have the servant, the like most trusted servant, either the fox woman or the old man servant. I would have them put my seal, right? I would have it put, probably the old man actually, because he's the taller of the two. I would have him put the seal up high to where I would, so like we're all sealed in our rooms for the night. You know what I mean? Like malignant spirits were all sealed into the rooms for the night. And then also, if it is a nasty spirit that's trying to get all of us, we're all, like, supernaturally protected as well. Well, yeah, pretty much. Because, once again, depending on how these doors open, like, it seems to be these are Western-style doors. If I open the door, it's going to break the seal in a certain way. And if I tried to, like, open the door from my end, I'd have to, like, scrape that seal. Listen, it's my house, so like I'm going to do it in such a way that the way that if you broke this seal trying to get in there, it's gonna make a mess, right? I'd make it so that you'd have to like scrape the seal off. There'd be so much glue, right? And then in the morning, the servants will cut it. You know what I mean? The servants will cut all the seals, and then then they would go in. You know what I mean? And if it's all on like an upper level, like room or whatever, then you don't have to worry about them jumping out the window. They'd fall and break their necks. You know what I mean? These are not athletic people, except for Karate Chop Eva. And that's what I would do. Because if it's my house, I'm like all but straight up like nailing the door shut. That's because like ideally you would have some sort of a situation where you can like, how are they going to get food? You know what I mean? Are we having dinner? And then everybody goes to the room. Now, here's the thing. If we all have dinner, everybody gets sealed into the rooms, you open the room, and somebody's dead in the room, now I'm suspecting poison. So, like, it really shores up what I'm looking for in this situation. Because, like, just everybody, oh, we're going to all just do the honor system that we're going to lock ourselves in the room. Yeah, not good enough for me. But at the same time, I wouldn't want anybody that wasn't in the room, right? So that's Natsuhi, Jessica, these three, Battler, I assume Maria, and then the servants or whatever. I wouldn't want anyone that was not in the room with us to know who was in what room. Like, maybe we, like, draw straws as to who goes in what room just so it's, like, randomized. So that, like, if the killer's trying to kill Ava, for example, they wouldn't just be like, oh, we're going to go straight to Ava's room. It'd just be random whoever's in what room, but they would be sealed. And, like, obviously everyone present would know who was in what room. So you're essentially creating a physical version of a canary trap. And the way that a canary trap works is, by the way, I've been, like, holding this literal feather in my cap since the beginning of this, because I was like, ooh, a fairy trap would be a really good way to solve this problem, like, specifically. So what you do in a fairy trap is, there is a really great example in Game of Thrones. So Tyrion Lannister is the Hand of the King, and he wants to marry off his niece, Marcella, or whatever, but he knows there's a mole. So what he does is he tells every single person that he interacts with individually. He talks to the maester, he talks to some other guy, he talks to Jamie, he talks to like 3 or 4 people, and every single person he tells a different story. He says, oh, well, I'm going to marry her off to the Starks or whatever, or oh, I'm going to marry her off to the Dornish, or oh, I'm actually going to marry her off to a wealthy merchant across the sea. That'll solve our money problems or whatever. And he tells every single person something different, which I've done this before as well in back in the strip club days. But it's like not that. I'm like, all these whores have it in for me. Like, so it just kind of is what it is. It's actually better in a situation where you're vetting out your actual friends. So you take a piece of information that could be true, that would really piss off a person on the other side of this. Like, if you know that, like, this would really upset, like, your best friend's girlfriend to hear this information or something like that, or whatever. Like, these are the situations you wouldn't necessarily use this for your enemies, because your enemies wish you harm regardless. But this is to see if your friends are actually your enemies. So you go and you tell everybody something different, and then when it gets back to you, you've essentially traced that leak of information, because what happens is that Tyrion's sister, Cersei Lannister, comes up to him and she's like, you would sell my daughter to Dorne, you piece of shit. And she like really gets after him, and he's like, okay, so the maester is the one feeding my crazy sister information. So he's like, aha, I figured out, because none of the other stories came back to him. Only that one. Now, you'd know if you had multiple leaks, if she came to you and said, oh, so how are you selling her to Dorne and some merchant across the sea? Like, you can't sell a girl to 2 houses. I won't allow you to sell her to either. So, like, that would be an example of if 2 people had the same idea. She would be, like, unsure of, like, if they heard wrong or something like that. And so that would be a situation where we would do here, where we would put everybody in these different rooms, and then that would tell us if the killer's someone in this room, because they'd have to know who is in what room. 2, it would tell you if any of this information is getting leaked somehow, and if somebody in the room is the killer, and then they like try to sneak out and break. If all the seals are broken, you know that one of the killers is here because they know this whole workaround. So you'd be able to like limit your suspicion to each respective group of people. Behave, or I'll replace you.
今なら信じるぜ。手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
It's a lot of work, but I feel like the payoff, like if my life were on the line, I would put that level of work into something. But realistically, if it's just some like bitch that has some problem with me that's gonna cause like maybe an uncomfortable situation, I'd be like, whatever. You know what I mean? I just make her embarrassed in some other way.
そうだよ。
Yes, bait the schizophrenic girl into telling the truth.
ベアトリーチェは72柱のすべてに精通する。33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし、彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
魔女はすげえな。頼むから。もしまだ事件を起こす気なら、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、俺に19人目を、いや、魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ。あったら伝えておくよ。
She just tells her mom, we gotta do something supernatural. And she's like, God damn it. Now, what I would do, I put an air tag in Maria's bag, and then I just follow her on my phone where she's, like, going. That's what I would do. If she goes nowhere, right, if she has no idea and she just goes nowhere, I'd be like, okay, maybe this is supernatural. But if I literally see her, like, out to the rose garden and she, like, leaves a little note or something like that, I'd be like, yeah, obviously this is a human being that she's conversing with. Like, and I really feel like we've all probably come to the conclusion that it is in fact a human being that she's speaking to. Now, that was a long chapter, you guys. That whole thing was pretty well a chapter. Nuts. It's like a 3-hour chapter. That's crazy. Do you have, like, a rough, like, here's the thing, Kaza. Do you have, like, episode 1, and I just want to know how many chapters there are, just, like, numbered, and then, like, what chapter we're on, and approximately what percentage, like, the completion of that chapter would be for episode 1, since I believe we're still in episode 1, just to, like, kind of gauge, like, time-wise, sort of, so that I can be like, we'll be working on, presumably, this chapter to this chapter on these days, or whatever. Because I did the thumbnail today kind of on the fly, but I kind of like to have those prepared ahead of time, but for the most part, I think I'm just going to keep the thumbnails pretty well the same, just so it's, like, consistent. But for the part 2, when it's, like, the answers portion of this, I'd like to make a different thumbnail, but we're ways away from that. Perfect.
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
Okay. Yeah, let's all have dinner. Time for dinner that they won't show us. Once again, I feel like this game is cucking me on the food. Like, the cool part about anime and manga is the food. Like, I mean, did anybody else have like a cultural awakening when they watched Spirited Away where they're like, oh, the food. Now, I'm not saying all the food looked like food I wanted to eat, but just the level of craftsmanship to be like, the food looks beautiful, but like, I can also assess like, yeah, I don't want to eat like a whole roasted quail. Like, I'm not really interested in that. But like the noodles look good. When they make like Howl's Moving Castle, like all the food in Howl's Moving Castle looked phenomenal. All the food in Ponyo, like pretty much any like Miyazaki film or whatever, the food looks fantastic. And they just refuse to give me both fan service and food in this. And I'm pretty salty about it, you guys. Give me that delicious anime food, I beg of you. Like, where's that panna cotta? Why would they keep that from us? They're like, the panna cotta is not relevant to the story. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? What if they were showing us the food, but it's like the food looks like obviously poisoned? The food's like purple. The food's like purple where it shouldn't be. They've just been drugging us this whole time, and I'm like, show me the panna cotta, you guys. I'm like losing consciousness. Blah.
今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
怖いことなど何も。私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
Genji's also old. He might not want to survive this. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he doesn't want to serve anyone but Kenzo, and maybe this is his, like, you know, this is him, this is his out. You know what I mean? He's like, if they don't find the gold, like, just murder me. Because, like, I'm not serving your kids. And he's like, fair enough. I don't blame you. Yeah, like, that'd be crazy, but... Like, if I have to choose between, like, serving a bunch of nepo babies and, like, going out on my sword, I think I choose the sword.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。まったく、ずうずうしいったら嵐の。
まあ、そう言うな。夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件も、あそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
だってあそこで言わなかったら、もう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
I don't think Uncle Hideyoshi's in on it. I think he's kind of like her useful idiot, you know what I mean?
こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
そう。
George about to get another sibling.
思えば、わしもお前も老けたもんや。ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
本当にあっという間よ。 子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
Are they about to get down? She proposed to Hideyoshi? Nice. That is a woman about her business, you guys. She really said, Hideyoshi's like, I took my wife's name. It's, oh my god. Oh my god, of course I forget the name. God, that's embarrassing. Where's the screen grab? Kenzo. Oh my god. Oh, I have it. Wait. Yeah, this is an awful long wait. Yeah, you know what? The amount of times I make you guys wait for me to do a bit is crazy. I'm not Hideyoshi anymore. It's Ushiro Miya. I took my wife's name. You know, like the Toji. Fuck. Like the Toji meme, you guys. Hold on. We're gonna do this bit, and it's gonna be great. Oh, it doesn't even have his last name on here. I can't be like, I'm not a Zenin anymore. It's Ushiro Miya. I took my wife's name. And he's just like aura farming as like a chubby uncle. So funny. Somebody make that edit. I could make that edit. If only I had enough screen grabs of this man. It'd be so funny and niche. I'm doing it. I'm gonna CapCut that, you guys. I just need the stills of him. And him just like
私、クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて、自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。だから、それに一矢報いてやりたかった。でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。でもその感情は、結局、自分の人生のほとんどを支配し、
This doesn't sound like the monologue. This doesn't sound like the monologue of a woman that just killed 6 people. Is she just a flawed and misunderstood heroine, you guys? Or is this her just being performative to her golden retriever husband?
でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。一度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
Warmth is not an association I would have with Eva personally.
わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。
Also, once again, family crest on the forearm goes so hard.
無駄なことなんか何もなかった。今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
That would hurt. I feel like that would hurt more than a rib tat, personally. I don't got a lot going on up here, so I feel like that would just be like, that would not be fun.
後悔した日なんてあらへん。
私もよ。あなたと一緒になれて よかった。
And then they kiss.
立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか?
Aw, he invited. No, that's nice.
いやよ。
I mean, you're alone right now. Yes, there's a killer on the loose, but I mean, what better time?
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状はみん。黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあ、そいつもなしや。見過ぎらず、のんびりで。
He's just a man that loves his wife.
直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
Hideyoshi just trying to get down, y'all.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁。
They're on an island right now. Let's go to a different island, babe. God, these people are so selfish. Islands are, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I think islands are low-key kind of terrible. You know, they have all the worst parts about living on the coast and no real benefits of being on the mainland. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the weather is, like, very infrequently good. You know? It's almost always like a typhoon or a hurricane or whatever. Like, there's so much water all the time. And, you know, it's really difficult to get anywhere. There's either too many people or almost no people. Islands, bottom tier ecosystem, I would say.
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか?
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
He would like some little cakes, I think. Somebody give Tiramisu some little cakes.
源氏さんはじいさまの相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
うん。いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Early version of an iPad kid. Can you imagine, first of all, imagine for a moment, your iPad kid is like schizophrenic, basically. And they go from like, ooh, Cocomelon. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Hello, hello. Imagine for a moment. Huh? How about you tell me your favorite type of fish? Seems like it's a shellfish. You know what I mean? So, you have a schizophrenic iPad kid. And she just goes from, like, watching Cocomelon, woo, Cocomelon, right? And then they go immediately into, like, the devil, and it's all just because they're spending too much time, like, on their iPad. Can you imagine, like, how jacked YouTube Kids is? First of all, it's crazy ridiculous. I saw, I think I told you guys this once. I was working with one of my coworkers. We were doing, like, a really big, like, we had like a really big catering order or whatever, and I was over there helping her, and her kid's just kind of hanging out or whatever, and I'm listening in the background to like what this kid is watching on YouTube, and I'm like horrified because it's just a bunch of like 25-year-olds like, today on Epic Prank House, and I'm just like I wouldn't be caught dead with my children watching that and their cats. So I'm just like, I don't think that that's something that you should be, like, letting your kids watch. Because that's a grown adult acting like an 8-year-old child. And the reason they do that is because of watchability, right? So they're doing this like, well, crazy, oh my gosh, like that kind of nonsense, because that's stimulating to these like kids' brains. But I'm like, the things that they're talking about are like borderline grooming. Because I'm like, this guy, yeah, no, it's literal brain rot, right? And here's the thing. I'm actually more okay with this scenario if it's kids watching other kids. Like if it's an 8-year-old kid watching another 8-year-old kid open presents or whatever, it has different moral implications, right? Like, you know, consumerism and stuff like that. But it's not as, I think, as insidious necessarily as watching like a 25-year-old man be like, my first kiss happened in the first grade and I was so, and I'm like, why is this adult man talking like a child to children? Now, I don't necessarily think that those specific YouTubers are creeps, but I don't like the content and the messenger of said content. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, that's not how you talk to children. I don't talk to children about things that are inappropriate to talk to children about. And it seems like a fucking real no-brainer, but it's just super creepy to me how many YouTubers are like, today we're doing like epic, and it's almost always prank YouTubers, it seems like, because it's like, well, yeah, kids will just rewatch and rewatch and rewatch. Like, I had these 2 kids that I was nannying, and I never actually, to this day, have seen the entirety of Iron Man 2, because when I was watching them, all they would do is they would watch the fight scene from Iron Man 2 when him and I think it's like I don't know, the Falcon guy or whatever his name is, but they're fighting. It's like Tony Stark and like Black Iron Man or whatever. His name escapes me. And because it's not Hawkeye, it's something else. It's like the Iron Patriot or some bullshit like that. And they're just fighting. And so like they start the fight to Iron Man 3, or they start the fight in Iron Man 2, and then they would just whoop right back to the beginning of the fight scene, and they would just watch the fight scene to Iron Man 2 on a loop. And I swear to God, for like 3 hours straight, I'm just watching War Machine, thank you. I'm just watching just a repeat of Iron Man fighting War Machine and fire. And finally, I was just like, if I ever see Iron Man 2, it just like unlocks a level of PTSD for me that I'm like, I'm not interested anymore. I don't want to see this. Like, I'm just like so annoyed from having to watch on repeat the fight scene to that for like hours. I'm literally chained in a prison, and they're like, you can either tell us the launch codes or watch another 4-hour cycle of the Iron Man 2 fight scene. And I'm like, kill me, I guess, because I'm not doing this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have the information you want. I couldn't give it to you, and I refuse to even participate in this. Like, you'd better just kill me. So then it's just, I get why they do that stuff. I get why they're like trying the rewatchability of it, and why they target that particular audience. But it's gross, it's weird, and it's not something that a well-adjusted adult does. Like, I don't make content for a younger audience. I'm very proud, actually, of the fact that our audience is like pretty distinctly Iron Man 2 fight scene or the Uwu girl. Pull the trigger. I'd rather be dropped into a vat of acid than have to choose either of those things, truly. I really, truly would. I would rather have all my bones melted into a paste than have to deal with either of those things. Iron Man 2 fight scene or Uwu girl. Make me into literal Elmer's glue before I have to do that. It's too much. It's too much. It's either melt my brain or have my eyeballs drip like some sort of foreign substance out of my eye sockets. It's really, those are the things you're making me to choose between with those, because it's ridiculous. First of all, they're both overstimulating. They're both way too much. They're way too much. And first of all, the Iron Man 2 fight scene, very loud. It's like action movie. And here's the thing. Don't mind a good action movie. Loved all the John Wick movies. I honestly, like, I think I've probably watched more action movies in my lifetime than romantic comedies or like romances just in general, shockingly enough. And the Uwu girl, it's just like cringe and also just like spamming like a morning radio show button to me. So it's like the both of them are terrible, but in their own ways. But like the fact that someone would choose that, like this is also the problem I have with like NPC streamers. It's like you're telling me that your brain doesn't want to just like implode like the towers when choosing between a regular job or a regular line of entertainment versus just rotating through a loop of like 8-bit responses to people. I can't even handle it in a customer service setting. Like when I have to talk to people in a customer service setting, when they're like, so is the butter dairy free? And I'm like, no. And they're like, is it gluten free? And I'm like, what are we doing here? Act like you've been on this planet for more than a single day. Can you please act like this is not your first day on Earth? Like, and here's the thing. If this is your first day on Earth, if like English is your second language or something like that, obviously I'm going to have way more of a capacity to like empathize and understand with those kinds of things. Like if we're trying to like deal with like a language barrier, or if I'm trying to explain like a complex set of whatever to like a child, if a child is asking me these things or whatever, I'd be like, okay, sure, no problem. But a grown adult asking me some of the questions that have been asked in retail is preposterous to me. And so then you're telling me that you're going to take that level of cognitive understanding and then just loop that, and that's your job. I would rather walk into the sea. Truly. I really, truly would. What are you talking about? You're just, popcorn, so good. Whoa, a cowboy. No. And I think the fact that that's become so prevalent in society is a major problem. And if I had the capability to just trapdoor all of these people into like a Squid Game situation, I don't know if I could like stop myself from exercising that level of power. Do you understand? Like the amount of like CIA level retraining I would do on these people to rewrite us as a society. I think years from now, people would be asking if I went too far, and I would be in a government prison thinking I hadn't gone far enough. You feel me? Because, like, why? Why would we do this? So I'm sitting in this woman's kitchen, and we're putting together different preserves and stuff like that, and I'm looking over, and I'm just thinking, like, and here's the thing. She's just, like, a very soft-spoken person or something like that, and I'm like, I know that you're not fully grasping what's going on behind you because, like, you're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, this is essentially, for whatever reason, this woman, like, culturally believes that this is, like, at the same level of, like, Cocomelon or, like, Blue's Clues or something like that. And I'm like, that is an adult man with a driver's license relating to your first grader. Do you not maybe see a problem with that? Like, if this was happening in real time, like at a park, you would call the police. And yet, for some reason, this is like acceptable to like let this level of entertainment like parent your children is so crazy to me, you guys. It's so crazy to me. And I think that we maybe like, because when I upload these guys, like just a little bit of like background information for you, it gives you the option to say like, my stuff is not made for children. My stuff is directed exclusively at children. And then like, I'm not sure or whatever. I'm pretty sure is the third option. Haven't really paid attention to that because it's a really a yes/no question to me. Either you are making something with the express intent for children to view it or you're not. You know what I mean? And I think that like maybe should be reviewed. You know what I mean? Because realistically, like, if a 25-year-old prank YouTuber came up to your child at the park and was like, hey guys, we're doing a crazy prank, I'd be like, get away from my child. You know what I mean?
Genji, Eva-san たちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないか
All I'm saying is that Maria wouldn't be allowed to be an iPad child if I was her parent.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく
Again, and also once again, where is her nanny? These people are so rich. Where is her nanny? You're telling me you have house servants, you don't have a nanny? You have no husband, but you also have no nanny. Very suspicious. Now, here's the thing. I'm starting to suspect that the nanny has a hime cut and has her skull bludgeoned in a rose shed. You know what I mean? That's where I'm thinking the nanny's at. Is that she's been murdered as like a red herring. She'd be an eye patch child and said, listen. The likelihood that I would have an eye patch child is never 0. Me with a matching eye patch, I'd be like, it's just because I've like pet too many kitty cats.
Eva様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします。
Can't help but notice there's nothing on there to Uh-oh.
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。お部屋は空っぽかも。
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
Now, here's the thing. I think it's possible that the head of the family dropped this letter because he's been paying attention. Because who else but everybody in that room knows that there's a person in here? You know what I mean? Somebody has to be watching them.
Eva-sama, 申し訳ございません。
What if they're getting down, you guys? I doubt it, but what if? Just like a post-snuggle sleepy sleep, you know what I mean? Or are they dead? I suspect it's possible that one or both of them are dead. Also, I think you can put the chain back on. I think it's actually possible to do that. You just need a bit of wire or whatever, I'm pretty sure. You're telling me his little femboy arms can't reach into there and unlatch a chain? Be for real. Yeah, I think so. Like, you open it and you have that little... whatever. You're telling me that this chain is perfectly taut so that you can't do any of that, huh? Okay. Maybe I've just had shitty apartments where the chain's way too long for some reason. Because, oh, fun fact, if you live in the hood, you have several different types of locks on your door because they just, like, add new ones. They don't, like, improve on them. So as the technology for locks improves, they just add a new one. So it's like a chain, a deadbolt, a double lock thingy, or whatever. And then, like, there's a thing, yeah. And it's all painted over with, like, that nasty white paint. Tales from the Hood. Now, here's the thing. One time I stayed in the hood, and funny enough, this was the place that, that had, like, a bunch of homeless people murdered very close next to it. This thing had no locks on it at all. And I had to just use, like, one of those, like, weird door stop things or whatever that is not realistically going to keep somebody out if they actually want to get in there. It mostly just means that they're going to have to smash the door in, which gives me time to click-clack. load the gat, you know what I mean?
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
Oh,
大きめ
okay.
の番線カッターはどこだっけ？
ドアチェーンを？どうしてそんなことをするんですか？
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。これなら多分。
Yeah, somebody also should. Here's the thing. Somebody needs to stay at that door, right? Realistically. So what I would do is I would need 3 people. One person stands at the door, or you put, like I said, or you get there, you open it, the chain's like not going. I put a seal on the door. Bam! Seal goes on the door. Hi, renters. Hi, sweet boy. I put a seal on the door. The moment I can't get in there, nobody's making noise, seal on the door. Seal should already be on the door. Put a seal on the door. What's-his-face goes to get chains. The other guy goes to say, hey, we need to cut this chain or whatever. Then, because there's 2 people in this room, realistically, if somebody's been murdered, if one or both of them's been murdered, the killer could potentially still be in there. So when he hears the chain rattling or whatever, he knows they're going to have to go and get the chain. He unlatches it and escapes, right? He unlatches it and escapes. So we need to make sure that this door, like, can't just be opened or whatever. I'd be putting salt at the bottom so that we could get, like, a footprint or whatever. I would be making at least 1 or 2, like, evidence capturers, alright? So I would have also done this in the very beginning. So I put them in there, and then once they're in there and the seal's on there, I put salt around the door, like, that they don't know about. So that if they ever try and get out of here, or somebody tries to get in here, they'd be like, oh. And also, if anybody believes in the occult, they're not going to cross the salt, and they're not going to break the seal. So it actually keeps them a little bit safer. Rents, why are you trying to do crimes right now, buddy? He's doing massive crimes right now, you dude. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Skills 5 just followed.
Okay. Creepy. Crazy. So we've got another creepy drawing. Is this inside the room? Exactly. Uh-huh.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Exactly. Yeah, you can't trust any of these motherfuckers. Someone hastily trying to draw this. Yeah, the reason that they're just sketches is because they had like 5 minutes to do this. So is this on the door or the wall or...
カノンさん、足元に封筒が。しかもこれは親方様のもの。
Also, where's the other people here? On the wall of the door.
エヴァ様。
Okay. I'm gonna switch to revealing this slowly here. Spooky. Okay. Has that updated her? Wow. Okay, she's for sure dead. Interesting. Once again, this makes me think that either... Yeah, but check her pulse, make sure that's actually lodged in there, you know what I mean? Because, like, if it's just set there, if it's, like, faked or whatever, like, make sure it's, like, in her skull, you know? But they probably wouldn't do that because they're waiting for the police. That's also a terrible place to stab someone. You're gonna stab someone right here. That's not even like that's like not to be creep, but one sec. Yeah, so there's not, like, that's solid skull right there. So realistically, that'd be, like, incredibly hard to pierce through. Right here would be better, right? Because it's, like, it's got a lot of space between it. A lot of people die from this bone right here getting jammed up into, so, like, this is, like, your nose bone is really dangerous to, like, your soft tissues behind it. So, like, to the eye would be much easier. Like, just generally, like, this triangle right here would be way easier. But, like, through the skull, if that's not, like, sunk in there, the amount of force that would be required to, like, chunk that into your skull would be, like, to lodge a knife in forehead. Google, just be cool for a fucking second. And, like, it would, here's the thing, the amount of force would, like, indent your skull, too, wouldn't it? Like, it wouldn't just cleanly sink straight through the, that's bone. That's, like, solid bone right there. She's an adult woman. That's solid bone right there. That's at least 1/4 of an inch thick, by the way. Yeah, Google's like, that information could be used, yeah. Okay, I just have to put the word miss. AI robots are so stupid. The skull's frontal bone is one of the most resistant areas to injury, requiring substantially more force than softer areas like the chest or abdomen. The sharpness of the knife is the most crucial factor. The sharper tip requires less force. Stabbing a dense bone like the skull will cause it to tip, or the blade itself to... This is also a curved bone. A robust blade and an assassin with physical capabilities of inflicting the wound would require immense force. Also, the relative movement of both the assailant and the victim affects the result of the force depending on the... So I feel like if she's struggling or whatever, you're not going to get straight through the bone stabbing business. What are you talking about? Sharp blade, heavy arm, and she has to be lying perfectly still. Like, even if she's asleep, I feel like you being over her she'd like move and like there'd be a tussle. God, robots are so stupid. Is he also dead? Oh, he's also dead. Interesting. Okay, one second. So before we do this, see, they were a red herring, you guys. Characters. So he's also stabbed in the face, but less blood because he's in the shower. Okay. And they weren't present when Battler was like saying whatever to Maria. So hold on just a moment. So they've both been stabbed in the head. Let's go back to the original. No, not characters. Come on now. Back to tips. Epitaph from the portrait. Okay, first one. On the first Twilight, the 6 chosen as sacrifices. On the second Twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 that are close. On the third Twilight, those who remain... So the third night, nobody dies, supposedly. On the fourth night, somebody is going to get stabbed in the head again. Then the chest, then the stomach, then the knee. Okay, so... The last... Okay, I was gonna say, the last 2 are literally just, like, superficial wounds, pretty much. And then the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive, supposedly. Okay, interesting. Crazy. Love, will you get me a glass of orange juice? Yeah, but are they dead? Like, wiggle it. Wiggle the knife. You get me a glass of orange juice? Yeah, make sure they're actually dead. You know what I mean? Because like I said, the amount of force it would take to jam that kind of a knife into somebody's skull would be tremendous. It'd make a lot of noise too. Although maybe he wouldn't hear in the shower. Wiggle it. If their head's moving around. Okay. Okay, an ice pick, that's much easier. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll poke them in the eye or something. You know what I mean? Like, make sure they're dead and this isn't just a prop. You know what I mean? Thank you. Listen, I'm just saying be thorough. You know what I mean? Don't just take their word for it. You're not dead till you're warm and dead, you know what I'm saying? And realistically, are you gonna leave the bodies there? They're gonna stink. Like, decomposition happens way faster than you think it does, and they reek. The moment you die, all of the gases and stuff from like your natural like bodily functions and stuff start expanding, and eventually if you just leave people, they'll like explode. The police are not gonna like that. Also, the fact that Hideyoshi's in the tub, that's not gonna be fun. He's gonna turn to soup. At the very least, turn the shower off. You're just making this man into soup. George has had everything taken from him. Poor Henry. Henry, no. At least they had like a sweet moment together. He's just like trying to yank this thing out of his mom's head. The Battler did know. He was just being an ass before. But he's like, why are you single? It's like, why are you single, he says to the guy whose girlfriend just got her fucking head smashed in. Unbelievable. Right? Crazy. And she's got a tattoo on too, so it's like, that's not a double. No, you've come over here. Now you're a snuggle cat.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまで このままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Easy, Mr. Kitty. Yeah, go eat your little snackies.
答えよ。
マリアもわかるか。
Grandpa Kenzo, he's about.
こりゃ何の匂いだよ。
It's the smell of death and alcohol. He's about. Oh.
私、ちょっと
Burnt.
厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
Oh no.
カノン、熊沢と行きなさい。
Everybody go in a group. None of this being by yourself business. Everybody holds hands and walks to the kitchen together. It better not be Kenzo's head in a pot or something crazy.
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。
It's an old alcoholic man's head being slowly boiled in a pot.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしな
The
かったってこと
killer's inside. The killer's still in. Hi, Mr. Kitty.
面白い。
Oh, Mr.
つ
Kitty.
い数時間ほど前にも扉以外で
Come
どうやっ
here.
て部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Come here, Snuggles. Yeah, I'll make a little snuggle spot for you. Yeah, you can play detective with us. Yeah. You can play detective. Now you're not as good at detectiving as your sister, but you can try. You can try to be our little detective boy. Yeah. Who do you think the killer is, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them, Mr. Kitty? Who do you think it is? Crazy. Oh, you're such a good cat. Once again, I feel like there's like some sketchy thing that we're missing about these rooms. You know what I mean? Who did it, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them? Who is the culprit, Mr. Kitty? Who has done this?
犯行に及んだ。部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
確かにチェーンである以上人が通れるほどは開けなくても多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして
Right.
顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。
I don't think Kenzo would have killed those two.
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったならそれも考えたぜ。だがエヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上、しかも秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう、全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Yeah, I don't actually know how someone would have gotten in there.
満足って何がだよ。
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェで会ってほしいと願ったよ。だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。なのにわがまま。
Hit her. Hit her!
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。今のはその礼と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。言うよこのげんこつ男。あれは月の1の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある？その魔法陣のご利益は？書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
Why is it always in Hebrew, you guys?
旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の缶抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。魔法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。
Okay, so that's the door. It's drawn around the door, I guess.
塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情に。
Right? No, that's absolutely. Every time it says it's Hebrew, I'm like, Every time this girl laughs, we hit her. Oh, hey, look, it's the Beatrice painting.
その魔女の挑戦受けてやら。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
しかしどうやって？せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を。
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何者なのですか？
The crack in the door is 10 centimeters wide. That's plenty. The twink could have put his hand through there. You guys are all trying to tell me I'm crazy for... The door isn't open. It is 10 centimeters is like... It's definitely less than 5 inches, but not like a ton. Hold on. 2.5 centimeters per inch is 4 inches. So that's a 4-inch, I think. Hold on. Yeah, that's a 4-inch gap. My arm's not 4 inches wide. Like, come on. He could have absolutely put his hand through there, undid the little chain, redid the little chain. No, Mr. Kitty, come back. He's like, she's doing math. Her brain's gonna overheat. Please come back, Mr. Kitty. 12 centimeters is 1 inch, is it not? No. A centimeter is 2.5. It takes 2.5 centimeters to make an inch. Centimeters, inch. Centimeter, inch.
Canon-san!
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get him! Get him, Cannon! Now that's one of the only things I know because you deal with centimeters and you deal with a system of 10 in science. Inches and stuff like that are not precise enough. Yeah, arm yourself.
Roulette は数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けは、その程度の配当しか与えられない。
It's a safer bet, though. No!
「逆により的中率の低い賭け方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか、そんなことには興味ない。しかしお前は忘れている。ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを
Oh, is there?
忘れている。
Interesting.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、
yes, Suicide Warrior.
お前のルーレットをすべて台無しにしてやろうと。
I mean, don't die, Cannon. You're very important to the story.
親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。
Cannon says, I don't give a
このルールは
fuck.
僕が作った。僕はもう家具じゃない。
I'm not furniture. I'm a weapon.
ゼロなんだ。
Hey, if it bleeds, it leads. Start swinging.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ
You telegraphed that shot from 1,000 miles away, though. Yeah, that was definitely a human being that did that. Wow. This is early, though, is it not? This is out of sequence.
Canon-san? 誰か
Interesting, someone's only killing family members, right? Only family members and bastard children. Who could that be? Nobody can take the chance that Kenzo didn't just leave it to one of the bastards. I would not be surprised that this old serving man is on the list. Yeah, if we can believe he's dead. Blast into the darkness. Kablam! Oh. Me just indiscriminately shooting into the darkness. To the courtyard.
Genji, あの扉はどこに通じているのですか?
中庭です。
逃がすかよ。くそこの野郎。
待ちなさい、バトラ君。一人では危険です。
It's okay, we can't die. We're the protagonists. We have plot armor.
Batraku, 一人で先走ってはダメです。バトラ君。
畜生。畜生、畜生。エヴァおばさんに秀吉おじさん。さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。
This is crazy.
昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ。カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ。なんで殺したんだ。どうして人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな、二度と生き返らねえんだぞ。
Guys, how ridiculous would this be if this was all like an elaborate birthday party? Kenzo's thrown for battle. He's like, "Happy birthday, my boy! You're the heir to the family fortune." First of all, such a crash out moment. You'd be like, "What are you talking about?" I just met him yesterday, but seems like a cool guy. Seems like a cool dude. No, imagine the mindfuck of like fucking granddad Kenzo be like, "Happy birthday, my boy! You're the new heir to the family. You won the murder games." He'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Like, Poor guy. This guy needs a Xanax real bad. He's like, he's watched so many people die.
自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて、すべてを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうとも、この島から逃げられるものですか。
Crazy.
警察さえ来れば。
What are we gonna do with all these corpses, you guys? Okay, so real quick, we want to see where he got stabbed. Damn. Oh, it hasn't. Okay, it hasn't updated yet. Alright. Because I want to see where he got stabbed. It says in the chest, but I could have sworn that the next one's getting stabbed in the head. Or is that just a combination of the last one? Okay. Yeah, here's the thing. If you get stabbed, don't take it out. That is essentially a new cork. This is 10 inches long, a 10-inch long thing, so that it'd be like 7 and then an additional 3 internally. So that's like a pretty long, that's like pretty long to be sticking out there. What?
おそらく親方様だと思います。
No way. Alcoholics. One sec. Let me just check real quick. I could have sworn that they, like, burned differently. Yeah, I don't think Google's understanding my question here. I thought that it essentially turned them into, like, a Molotov cocktail in a way. Because, like, your organs would essentially be pickled. But when you consume alcohol, your body breaks it down into, I can't remember, but it, like, essentially distills it into, it, like, has to separate it into essentially vinegar and the alcohol, like, whatever the difference is between alcohol and vinegar. So, like, the part that's vinegar is what gets flushed out in your urine, but then the part that is the branch off from what would be alcohol and vinegar. So it's alcohol, but then alcohol is vinegar plus, I can't remember what the chemical is. So the vinegar gets excreted, but the alcohol doesn't break down very well. So then your liver has to essentially detox whatever that chemical is. And I can't for the life of me remember. But you're essentially synthesizing vinegar when you consume alcohol. So then your liver would just be like soaked in this, like essentially kind of like formaldehyde, essentially. But I feel like, I mean, excessively obese people, like, they have a higher fat content, they would burn. Deandrogenase and acetaldehyde IRC. Yeah. Deanhydrogenase and acetaldehyde IRC. Yeah, but like, what happens to that specific molecule is what I'm trying to remember. Because I feel like you would know if it's him or not, like just based off of like, yes, he's burning, but like the way it, like, do you guys get where I'm going with this? Where like the way you would burn as someone that suffered from a specific disease or not would differ from someone in health. Like someone in health would have a certain body composition, like not to be macabre here, but excessively overweight people would burn like differently than a person of a normal BMI versus someone that's like just soaked in absinthe. You know what I mean? Yeah, is there any proof that this is him? Or did we just burn somebody? There we go. Here's the thing, nobody knows if Grandpa Kenzo's just been like storing corpses for just such an occasion. Uh-huh. Ooh. We got a HOX6 gene mutation? Interesting. Interesting. So he's a HOX6. That is something about the Sonic Hedgehog gene, which is like, there's a specific sequence that will cause, oh, this is so fun. Okay, 1 second. So, Sonic Hedgehog. Just so you guys know I'm not completely insane, I'm going to put it in the stream chat. Gene. There we go. Okay, so just going to copy that, pop that into. So here's the funny part. We were talking about that in biochemistry, right? We're sitting in there and they're like, yeah, so unfortunately scientists are weird dorks and they like to name things like things that are relevant to them, things that are funny to them or whatever. And unfortunately, the people that were in charge of naming this particular gene sequence or whatever were like, yeah, let's name it the Sonic Hedgehog gene. So it's like people are having to sit down in a room and explain to people like, hey, I'm so sorry, like your child has inherited this like this particular gene that causes malformations of the limb and stuff like that. And they're like, oh my God, that's awful. Oh my God, what is it? What is this gene? The Sonic Hedgehog gene. And it's just like, I'm sorry? And it's like, yeah, so the Sonic Hedgehog gene is why your kid's got goofy looking limbs. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? Russian ink caps bypass the process when consumed with alcohol and produces acetate with immediate hangover. Oh, interesting. Nice. But the only reason I think about synthesizing vinegar is because I had a really cool chemistry teacher, and she knew that I worked in the clubs and stuff like that back when I was taking her specific chemistry class. And she'd come in, and I'd come in just, oh, you know what I mean? Because, like, I made a grip of cash, and I'm starting to think that one of the things that saved me from, like, developing a more serious allergic reaction to alcohol earlier on is because I don't know, I've never really been, like, a super big drinker, but towards the later end of my career, I ended up having, like, more high-end clients and stuff like that, and those higher-end clients like to drink more, so I ended up like having more of a I'm being like more exposed to alcohol and stuff like that. Because for a long time, I would just like, you know, kind of drink recreationally or whatever. And then I got to a point where I'm like, oh, well, I don't have to. I've gotten to a point in my career. So like about a third of the way through, I was like good enough at my job that I could just like kind of like just be kind of a party girl without actually having to like be like intoxicated. So I just kind of like was dealing with that. But then towards the later end of my career, I was just like, you know what? I have like a certain threshold of how much that I'm going to entertain for like alcohol or whatever. Like I'm not going to drink unless we're like throwing around like a couple $1,000s or something like that. And so then I ended up in like, I mean, unironically, I kind of girl bossed my way into a situation where I ended up drinking more. And then I think that that like sped up the timeline on me having an allergic reaction to that. So I'd go in and I've got the glasses on at like 3:30 or whatever. And I'm like, hey, what are we doing today? And she'd be like, synthesizing a lot of vinegar, I see. And I was just like, this lady is cool as fuck. It's really too bad that she doesn't teach any of the other classes that I need to have. Like, she's such a cool chick. And then my other chemistry teacher, like, I just like hit like the perfect flow state between high level science teachers where I was like, my lecture professor was cool as fuck. My lab teacher was cool as fuck. I was learning so much and having such a great time. But so the Sonic Hedgehog gene is located on chromosome 7 and it encodes a signaling protein crucial for embryonic development, particularly in patterning the central nervous system, limbs, and face. As a morphogen, it dictates cell growth and specialization. Mutations are linked to several developmental defects like holophorsencephaly. Yeah, definitely butchering that. While abnormal activation contributes to cancers like basal cell carcinoma. Very tragic. So, like, this can be, like, a not super big deal, like, extra limbs situation or extra digits or whatever. Or it could have severe problems affecting your spinal cord, eyes, brain, and being a signaling pathway associated with various types of cancers. So, you know, it's kind of cool just to have like the extra fingies. Like that's pretty neat. But like the other stuff not so great. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be putting that in the group chat cuz that is pretty sad. Like babies having malformations and stuff like that, very tragic and sad. We're down to just 8 people. Did it finally update? Do we get to see where he at? Yeah, he's not officially dead. He's not officially dead yet. He's just in critical condition. So I think if he dies, then it'll update. But yeah, being polydactyl is sick. Some of my favorite cats are polydactyls, which means they have like an extra digit. And yeah, for like something like that, usually you would just like get rid of a vestigial digit like that. You know what I mean? If it was somewhere where you could, you know what I mean? But if it functions, why remove it? You know what I mean? If you got 6 toes or you got 6 fingers and it's not like affecting your ability to do things and you're not missing like milestones for it, why not? You know what I mean? It would be also a pretty easy way to develop, to be like, yeah, this person's in my family line because we have like a physical manifestation of all this. Yeah, because he tossed it out the window. We watched that happen. Okay. Oh, nope, wrong one. Sorry, you guys. Characters? Okay. So he's the one... Whoa. Okay, because he's burned. Didn't they just say... Okay, so he has an ice pick in his head. He got stabbed in the chest. Right? So Tips. Epitaph of the Witch. Okay. Grandfather got stabbed in the head. He's also dying from cirrhosis, so I think he's probably just fine. Although I really do think that he would have preferred to not be dead to see the witch again, but who knows. He gets stabbed in the chest. Also, this Twilight business, I feel like they're, like, upping the timeline. That makes them the 4th and 5th Twilights. Yeah, but isn't Twilight, like, on the first night this happens, on the second night this happens, so, like, you have, like, 10 days, essentially, to do this. Like, this timeline feels, like, super whack. It's only been 1 day. Or is Twilight midnight? So it's, like, midnight, noon, midnight, noon, midnight, noon. You know what I mean? Like, what's... It just feels like this is going so fast for no reason. Like, almost as though we're closing in on the killer and they're just like, hurry up, we gotta be faster. And it's like, why is he being burned? Like, it doesn't say anything about being burned. He doesn't need to be burned. But it would be so hard to find a guy with 6 toes. So hard. I've only ever heard of, like, extra fingers before. I've not heard of extra toes before. It's just whenever the killer decides. Yeah, I thought this was on some sort of supernatural timeline. This very much seems like human. The fact that they can't stick to a timeline is very human of them. And as a human that can't stick to a timeline, literally to save my own life, right? If they said, listen, every time you don't stream at exactly 8:30, we're going to stab you with a fork. I'd be like, I guess I'm getting stabbed with a fork semi-frequently because it is impossible. You've set an impossible standard. Who could possibly do that? You know what I mean? Every job I've ever had, by the way, hates this about me. They're like, at one point they tried to switch my schedule and they were like, you're going to need to show up at 11. I'm like, I got bad news for you. The only fucking way I'm showing up to work at 11 is if I sleep here and one of you kicks me awake at 11. Because short of that, I'm not showing up until 1:30. And they're like, yeah, but you have to or you'll be fired. And I'm like, I'm telling you right now, that does not matter. It doesn't matter what you say right now. You could tell me that I'm going to be hung from the gallows tomorrow if this doesn't happen. It will not change the facts. It just won't. You know what I mean? And at one point they were like, okay, well, we're going to switch your shifts or whatever. And I was like, all right, do your best. I said, you're going to have to, I straight up told my manager one time, I'm like, you're going to have to do a wake up call because there's no way in hell I'm showing up to that shift. And that's not even for lack of trying. Like, I'm going to like do like the best job I've ever attempted to show up at this time right now. But I'm telling you, like, there is a certain window of time where it is impossible for me to go to a place. Like, when we do Muay Thai events and stuff like that, and we have to show up at, like, 10 or 11 o'clock, the only way that's possible is if I sleep in the car in my clothes or I show up in my pajamas, because there is no situation where I'm showing up anywhere, even remotely ambulatory, before noon. It's just not going to happen. You know, back when I went to high school or whatever, they were like, you have to be at school at this time. And I'm like, okay, so the only way that I can do this is, first of all, I looked horrific. There's like maybe, I think, probably 2 times in my entire high school lifetime where I'd be like, I looked put together, right? Because I'm showing up like literally like a piloted corpse to these places, just and sleeping through every single time, at least the first entire lecture. And it was so difficult to not. I was like, the amount of espresso that it was taking to function my pupils at that hour was probably giving me premature heart failure. You know what I mean? And it's just, it is what it is. And the only way I could possibly get through it is, one, I have to be taken to the place. It is unsafe for me to drive. It's just for the first, like, until about noon, it's like, it should be actually written on my driver's license that it is illegal for me to drive because it's so dangerous. Like, that is a situation I can firmly believe I would cut someone off in traffic and cause like a massive accident. It's so dangerous. Like my body just is not calibrated for that. And then I'd get on the bus. I would immediately get on the bus and then they would send me off You've got more nerve than me. I was raised like Bambi. No, it's that. Here's the thing. That's not even me. That's just the reality of my anatomy. Like I'm essentially until about noon, I'm like borderline narcoleptic. Like it's not possible for me to go to these places. And that's just like a reality. So I think for a while that was probably why I didn't have a driver's license, because they were like, well, what use is she to us? She's only awake in the evenings. I could get an Uber in the evenings. I need someone to take me somewhere in the. I'm like, not me. Nobody asked me for rides anywhere ever for the longest time. It was fantastic. But I'd get on the bus. I'd go straight to my professional technical programs where I would learn about veterinary medicine, and that was the only way you could get me awake. And I was struggling. That is a thing that I valued so highly, and so like it was so stimulating to my brain, and yet still I'm like struggling to keep. I'm like having to claw myself every inch to get there because I'm like, ugh, like just still half awake. And then by second period, I'd be kind of like more like towards the end of first period, I'd be kind of there, sort of. Second period, good to go. And then the very next day, I had like different AM because we had like an A-B schedule. So like on A days, we would have like the sickest, dopest classes where I just like go immediately to like pre-veterinary, and then I would go into like large animal sciences or whatever. And I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And then my B classes were like, I was like, I need bullshit classes for the first 2 days here because I'm going to be completely useless. So I had like, I think they made us do like a homeroom or something there for a while. That was stupid and ridiculous and eventually got phased out. But I think I had like English or something, and then like maybe math second period or something. Flunked math that semester because it was, why would you schedule me for a math class at the beginning of the day? I told them, I'm like, listen, this is not gonna, it's the only time I've ever like gotten a D in a class ever in my life. And I'm just like, it's not actually possible for me to do any of these things before noon. And they're like, well, it's the only time it works in your schedule. I'm like, well, that's stupid. And luckily I graduated because I was like a couple years ahead in math at the time. But otherwise I would not have been able to graduate. If they were like, listen, the last 2 years of school, you're only going to be able to take math first or second period, I'd be like, guess I'm going to be here for a while because that's impossible. Like you've made an impossible task. You might as well have asked me to spin straw into gold. This is not happening. And so we would, yeah, so it was just like nearly impossible. And I begged them. I was like, can I just have like late start or something? And they're like, no, you can't have late start and early release. And I was like, okay, well, I need early release to go to my job. So it's like, this is ridiculous and stupid. And so then when I get into the workforce or whatever, I just work nights for the entire like first 2 years outside of high school because I was like, this is my bread and butter. This is perfect. So I'd wake up at noon. I would go to my job, and then I would wake up at noon. I would go to my job, and then I would go to school, and then I would just repeat that. Because if I have to wake up early, I'm useless for the next like 3 days because my body is just like, oh, this is crazy. What's happening here? So if you ever see me on a stream, in like the AM, just know that that's like the end of my day, because if it's ever the beginning of my day, there is going to be like lasting consequences for the next several days about that, as my entire body shifts from like, I'm pretty sure we're dying now, cease all motor functions, to, oh, I guess not. I guess power up the brainstem. What's going on here? Oh my God, I need to eat an entire porterhouse steak. Like, it just like flushes all of the like able to do shit, like nutrients out of my body. And I'm just like, essentially just like, an undead zombie, just like going about my day and such. Super crazy. But then after like 2 or 3 times where they tried to shift me to like the early shifts, they were just like, I guess she's just in the swing to night shift. Like, we're not doing this anymore. Because at one point they called me like 9 times. They called me like 9 times. And if you could see the split screen of them calling me, it's an absolute chaotic rush at like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just like, the phone's blaring, alarms going off. It's like rattling off of the desk, falling and hitting me in the face. And I'm still just like, Impossible. Just impossible. You do not want to leave corpses in the boiler room. That would be disgusting. Ugh. Interesting. Who would have a master key? I'm still gonna hold firm that there is no master. There might be a master key, but there is no 19th person. I strongly believe there's no 19th person. They do have master keys. Yeah, I figured. Because, like, the likelihood that you'd lose a key or something like that's pretty high. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's an extra person. I think it's possible that one of the bodies from before is causing all these problems.
カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？俺たち全員の命か。
Oh my god.
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
Well, like,
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。
including you, you weird little kid.
蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？
Yeah.
どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。私は黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、しがらみも何もない全ての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。私は楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。
Interesting. One second. Besieged. Okay. We're only on chapter... Oh, that's the date. Okay. Episode 1. Okay, character menus updated. Is he dead? Oh, he's dead. How presumptuous for furniture. That's hilarious. Interesting. Yeah, I think one of these... I think, once again, either her or him is for sure alive. It's very possible... Yeah, this whole ice pick situation makes it, like, instead of a blade, makes more sense. It's possible he's alive. It's possible these two are alive. I suppose this guy's... He's got that stabbed in his head, but he's got his weird feet, so we're, like, pretty sure that that's him. Because who else would have these weird feet? Unless, let's say, hypothetically speaking, he has 6 toes, right? Let's say he has 6 toes. Sure. But let's say Kraus has 6 toes. Well, why would you burn him? Why would you need to burn him? So let's say, hypothetically, he has 6 toes. He's about the same build as Papa Kenzo, right? He's pretty close. Trying to see for sake of height business. He's pretty close. But imagine they just take this corpse, burn it, put him in Kenzo's clothes. Now it looks like Kenzo's dead, but Kenzo's potentially not dead. The whole him being lit on fire, like, all he needs to do is have his head stabbed. He doesn't need to be on fire. So I'm going to put that in my list of theories, is that Kenzo's not dead, but is in fact being framed for death once again. Because why would he need to be on fire? You only light people on fire if you need to obscure evidence. You know what I mean? Have you guys ever seen those old school, like, mafioso type of movies or whatever, where people are in a terrible car accident and the car explodes or whatever, and it's just, like, hobos that they've got in there? They just have, like, a hobo and a hooker that they've lit on fire, and they're like, oh, no, your parents are dead. But they've just, like, abandoned you or something like that. Maybe that's a little bit of a niche reference, but do you know what I'm saying? Why is he on fire, if not to obscure evidence?
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ。
Okay, fair enough.
無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてください。
Femboys only have so much blood in them, you guys.
ありがとうございました。
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて誘拐
Hold
に
on,
立ち向かった。
also...
熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Also, the fact that this guy has so much beef with these two also leads me to believe that he's involved in it. Because who would enjoy stabbing these two more than this dude? He'd love it. He'd be so jazzed to stab these two, you guys. He's probably like, stupid bitch, always making me have to prepare everything and Stupid fucking kid, always making me look like I'm not doing enough servant business. Like, I feel like he's got an axe to grind with these two. And it only makes it easier for these people to be like, "Ooh, it's Beatrice," if people keep dropping dead, you know what I mean? So they're probably like, yeah, whatever. Like, hopefully they don't kill this nice fox lady. I like her. And, I mean, I don't know. Genji is pretty cool, but, you know what I mean? He's got that, he's got the eagle on him, so he's probably a target. So I would say he's a target, she's a target, she's a target, and then he's a target. Battler's gonna be the last man standing because he's the protagonist. That just is what it is, you guys. I doubt they're gonna kill this little girl. It's possible, but I feel like she's part of the plan, like whether knowingly or unknowingly. And they're not gonna kill the doctor because the doctor's also part of the plan to be like, oh, these people are dead. You know what I mean? If even that is the case. So.
Jessica. 今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて。心が張り裂けそうだよ。
Boy cat.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
That's definitely something I would tell a child so that they wouldn't like.
そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ、犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
Beat up this child.
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
畜生、源氏さん話せよ。
Allow me to beat my cousin.
しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
I really admire Natsui for having that gun on her at all times. She is not getting tricked.
君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
Yes, I've suspected this.
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから。ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。 だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだ
Mr.
けど。
Kitty, that can't be comfortable.
なら安心して。
Why would you sleep at a 90 angle?
台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
饒舌な
Yeah,
マリアも
beat
嫌
up
いじゃ
this
ねえが
child.
とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だ
Yeah,
けで噛み締めとけ。
shut your
他人に
gab.
まで押し付けるんじゃね
こいつ前から気持ち悪い。
Lock her in a broom closet. See what happens.
どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。
I would be locking this child in a closet and monitoring them for any kind of correspondence.
不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば。
Oh, I like that. Natsue's like, I will smack the shit out of you if you don't knock this off. Valid. Wow.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
Like there's a zombie out or something.
私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんでそこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
I mean, what's the point of a master key if everybody has one?
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Except
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り 敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んでこられる
Yeah,
力はない
absolutely.
んだよ。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書斎です。
Yeah, except you use the key for that.
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか
？2本です。1本は常に私が。
And?
もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、
However,
親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので。
oh, okay.
私がお預かりさせて。
But how intricate is this key? Would it have been easy to make a replica?
なるほど。ということは、金蔵さんの
Because if it's just an old style, like, skeleton key situation, like,
そういうことになりますね。
as long as there have been locks, there have been lockpicks. So how intricate is this key, Kaza?
あの部屋が
Do
一
you
番
have a
安
picture
全
of
で
the
ある
key?
ことを今は認めなければならないようです。
You know what I'm gonna ask you. Where's this key?
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考
Do
え
the
るなら
do the stream
同情の価
chat.
値はあるかもしれない。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ、兄貴。
No way to get in through the door? Because there's gotta be a way for him to get out of there.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい、ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご不浄、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
No time to get
そい
smashed.
つはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？
Yeah, it's a panic room. There's nothing weird about that at all, Battler. If you had a family this crappy, you'd build one too.
そうですね。いつの頃からか、お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう、南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible, but once again, I think he's using the pictures. I think he has a secret exit. There you go. I mean, if I'm an eccentric rich billionaire and I have my own panic room, I'm having a secret compartment door so I can leave my panic room. Because everybody's going to know I'm in the panic room. And who's to say they don't just burn the house down with me in the panic room? Like, you'd need to have an emergency exit that you tell no one about. Like, for extreme emergencies such as this.
chessban 思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
Yeah, there are known knowns, but there are also unknown unknowns.
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
No, oh. I was gonna say knowing how to count. Fuck you guys.
.その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなきゃいけない。
Right, like the fact that this Twilight business, like, it seems like it would give you more time to do these things, but it seems like they're just killing indiscriminately. So they're not following a pattern of, oh, at these intervals, these deaths will occur. So who's the worst at math here? Yeah, I would be my next target would be Jessica and George. I think if I was the killer, those are who I would attack first. Yeah. I don't even get to see their hobo cans of food. Stingy. I get to see this lovely, beautiful staircase, but no cans of food being dragged into it. Fine, fair enough.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
おー、すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
Dirty door, yes.
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Oh, spooky.
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。魔のものであるベアトリーチェ
Everybody touch the door handles. We gotta make sure this isn't a werewolf situation.
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェのマッシュから逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
なら
Leave the little girl
ベアト
outside.
リーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも
Which means the
彼
old
女に
man
は
had
魔
to
法
go out.
があるし、使い魔だっている。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
And then him in an absent-filled stupor. Beatrice, my love.
この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。
Except they don't have those anymore.
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り？
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。
No, absolutely.
ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
No, I bet it was Shannon. I bet Shannon was trying to get in there to warn her. Has absolutely nothing to do with any of that. This is just adding to the spectacle of superstition. My arm is legitimately so asleep right now. He's been laying on it for this entire time. My arm is like numb just about up to the shoulder. I barely have, like, I can barely, like... Alright, that's fine. That's fine, Mr. Kitty. I think it smells sweet because Kenzo's still in the walls. Me personally, I think that's the case. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Here's the thing, maybe she had a crush, maybe that's her illegitimate brother. Like, I don't want to be creepy about it if that's the case, but who knows, you know what I mean? Interesting.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生。
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと
Oh my gosh. Guys, do you think that schizophrenia like runs in their family?
金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
The three oldest, most trusted servants here.
そうだ、母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。
Yeah, open the letter.
開けてみましょう。
内容は何と？
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
我が名をたたえよ。なんだよこれ。うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
大方。また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。
This actually might be the time where either Kenzo himself or the spirit of Kenzo punishes those that don't believe in Beatrice.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、
Okay.
もう私には何が何だかわかりませんよ。こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
That's a long
昨日
time.
の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか？
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Okay. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Was she doing tricks on it? Tell us, Genji. We need to know.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。私はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
それなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。
She's doing tricks on it, you guys.
ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、源氏。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より
That's crazy. Loved her more than his wife, who had 4 children with him.
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
すでに死んでいる？
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
And so he made a solid gold statue of her and hid her somewhere. That'd be such a heavy statue if that was the case.
"一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。
Okay.
詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の
it's an arranged marriage.
亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
Okay, I was like, that's an awful lot of speech for not a lot of words.
当主に据えられ、すべての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは 無粋だな。
Oh.
私誤解してたよ、検事さん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を妄信するのは、じい様が気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかって。
No, they believe in her because of how much she loved her and how much she's like miserable without her. He doesn't have some like creepy, like dark brotherhood, you know, mummified corpse of Beatrice in his house somewhere, does he? He's like, I'll develop alcoholism and that will cover up the scent of this corpse.
お父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、
Now you're getting it, George.
今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって
Well, you're here now.
研究を始めるよ。
Get to it.
兄貴。
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる、会うことができるって。
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
バトラー、
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Alright, so does everybody believe them?
女の私から言えばお父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気、綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。
I mean, like, it's a little bit more understandable. He's in an arranged marriage.
ベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
Probably no love child between the two of them.
こんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じい様が福音の家っていう福祉施設に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
Yeah, that's where the
くだらない
two.
話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。
Yeah, that's where Shannon and Cannon came from.
実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは
何人かいますが。
Yeah.
親族会議中のシフト。
Where's the rest of them? Are any of them like 30? Maybe?
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
Maybe those are his great grandkids.
言葉を慎みなさい。
His actual great grandkids that he gives a shit about. Hey, baby. You have a good little nap? Do you want further napping? Yeah. Mr. Kitty, who's the killer?
なんだよバトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Yeah.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そして、
Yes.
シャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ。ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
He just put that together?
マリアは最初からそう言ってる。
I guess we're ahead of the class, you guys. It's crazy.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かに。
Yeah, maybe it's a trick.
6たす2たす5で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが。
Yeah, Pop pulled all these people here.
そして使用人が2、3人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
Yeah, he gathered you all here as a sacrifice.
この儀式を実行しようとしたら、普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや、違うぜ。じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
Collecting some orphans,
生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を
maybe corpse body doubles.
人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議は
Maybe even one with polydactylism. That'd take a while to find.
唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て 怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
But once again, why is he burned? He doesn't need to be burned. That leads me to believe that it's possible that he switched faiths. Potentially. It's not a guarantee, but it's possible.
だが夏日さん、確かに
He also could have been training assassins this entire time. You never know.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書き、
I think it's possible. Here's the thing. I think it's possible that the 6 sacrifices aren't the people that we know. I think 6 people died for sure, but I don't necessarily think it's the 6 that we think. It's possible that there could have been some secret people here that we didn't know about that were, like, murdered. You know what I mean? So it's possible that, like I said, 3rd brother and 4th sister, Rosa, or whatever, Rudolph and Rosa, it's possible that they faked their deaths with stand-ins, you know what I mean? They're like, okay, 6 people have to die, we brought body doubles, those people get murdered, and it's like, alright, well, those are the ones that got chosen, you know what I mean? And then with Kenzo, again, it's possible, like I said, that he's just been, like, waiting diligently for an orphan with 6 toes. And then he just, like, burns the body. And he's like, ah, perfect, next step. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't say, like, they have to be of my blood or anything like, there's no caveat that says that they have to be part of the family to count as a sacrifice. You know what I mean? So... that's my only hesitation confirming their deaths.
第三の晩はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。じい様だ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたから。そっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが、じい様も眉間に、いや。
Valor's a little slow, you guys.
じい様が第4の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は。
第5の晩に。
The only thing left now is non-lethal damage, though.
カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、まだ3人が死ななければならないというのですか。
Okay, so the stomach I don't think you can survive, but the knee and the leg, those are survivable.
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じい様は何が目的だったんだ。この儀式じゃじい様自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。おじい様は死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。 つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
I mean, not if he's lit on fire.
妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。
Imagine if they come back as zombies, how pissed everyone would be.
死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまりおいしき短いじい様が恋に
It's this cord.
自殺まがい。
We solved that mystery at least. It's this freaking cord, so.
いや、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
ケンジ、その可能性は考えられるのですか？
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？仮病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種
Everybody acting real cagey now for some reason.
感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれには何て書いてあっただろう。
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
なんだって？
Oh, a new one? Yeah, I absolutely believe this child's involved in this. Unless, once again, Kenzo's in the walls and he's just, like, dropping little envelopes through the vents. He's like, yes, talk about my ex-girlfriend. He's just, like, sliding things through a vent.
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。
Here's what I'm doing.
9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがね。
I mean, I'd be in this. Here's what I would do. First of all, I'm in there. This little girl's being creepy. There's only like 6 of us left or something like that. And I'm like, well, you know, Grandpa Kenzo's gone. I guess he won't mind us smashing all his bottoms of absinthe. And I just like start cling, smash, crash. You know what I mean? And they'd be like, what are you doing? That's crazy. And I'd be like, only the top shelf liquor. And just smash, smash, smash. And I'd be like, I guess he won't be needing any of this occult imagery, right? Like, we're going to read it all, but, like, we don't need it. Like, clearly we're not going to be doing any of this again in the future. Just start pouring bottles of liquor out. You know what I mean? Just cling, smash, crash. And then when I get to the, like, 100-year-old scotch, he just bursts out of the wall and starts to strangle me to death. He'd be like, why are you doing this? And I'd be like, listen. Okay, you're being ridiculous. And if he's already dead, well, all the absinthe is smashed now. You know what I mean? But I know that old alcoholic that refused to give up the drink. Let's say, for sake of argument, he is alive, because that's what I suspect. This old alcoholic is alive, and you start smashing his bottles of, like, aged bourbon and absinthe. Honey, do you know how hard it is to acquire absinthe? Is it difficult, would you imagine? I think it's probably pretty hard. I would imagine it's harder to acquire, like, real quality absinthe than it is to acquire some scotch. Let's check that. Let's chickadee check that right now, gang. How difficult is it to acquire absinthe? What?
You can get fake absinthe. You can get low quality absinthe. You can get the stuff that makes you loose.
Yeah, but that stuff.
That stuff is, you can't get it. Don't sell it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, this is in, like, what is this, the 1950s, the 1960s, or something like that, in Japan? In Japan. Is it a controlled substance in Japan? It's completely legal to buy, sell, and consume there. Where to buy absinthe. Okay. Absinthe in, what year is this? Does anybody know what year it is? In the, when was the Korean War? Love? Darling? Oh, it's these damn headphones. It's 1986. Okay, perfect. 1986. Perfect. Acquiring authentic wormwood-based absinthe in Japan in 1986 was likely very difficult, primarily because it was not widely available globally until the peak of the 20th century ban. However, genuine European absinthe was banned in many countries starting in the early 1900s, making it exceptionally rare in Japan in 1986. In the 1960s to the 1980s, specialty Western spirits were very difficult to find outside of major high-end specialized bars. So I'm telling you right now, I would get to the bottom of whether Grandpa Kenzo is alive or not with the speed at which you guys would not be able to fathom. Because I would just grab the absinthe out of the container, and I'd start with small ones, you know what I mean? I'd start with small ones, and then I'd work myself up to being like, this is like the last cup. Well, no, I guess I would just like grab like a large thing of absinthe, you know, and smash, right? And then he'd be like, that's fine. I've got maybe 2 or 3 more. But if a guy's that level of an alcoholic, that guy is that level of addicted to absinthe specifically, and it is, as this information appears to give us, very, very difficult to acquire. I'm going to just screenshot this real quick. Put that in the, actually, no, I don't like that screenshot. I'm going to do this. Ugh. God, it's like, I don't want, yeah, I don't need this whole big nonsense. Close enough, I guess. Okay. Ooh. Oh, when did it become full? Holy shit. When did it become full page screenshot? Hell yeah. Okay. Well, that solved my problem. Kick ass. Okay. Copy. Crazy. I didn't know you could do that. That must be a newer feature, or I'm just super old and bad at technology. But I'm going to just pop that. Go ahead and pop that in the stream Discord. So it would be very difficult. So I'd just be like, oh, woe is me, but now Kenzo's gone. We're going to just, like, pour one out for the homies, right? And it's just me, like, smash. And then I'm listening for any kind of scuttle. I'm listening for any, like, scuttling in the walls or, like, the loud, booming Yakuza-like yell of a family patriarch that's just furiously angry. And if I don't hear anything yet, I grab from the liquor cabinet yet another bottle of absinthe. Smash! And here's the thing. Maybe I even open the doors, right? Maybe just so the sound travels, and I'm just like, oh... Without Kenzo, I can't stand the look of this, his most favorite liquor. Smash. And once again, if this guy hasn't ripped through the walls like paper mache at that point, I'd be like, by the third bottle of absinthe, I'm like, it's time for us to believe that Grandpappy's dead. And everybody'd be looking at me all crazy, but like, I know for certain he was no longer among us. If he's allowing me to smash the thing he was willing to let take him into a premature death, you know what I mean? Because he's not that old. Like, he's not like 90 years old. What is he, like 60 or something like that? He's not that old, you guys. Okay? And yet, right? So, let's say for sake of he's like probably in his 60s or something like that, right? How old is Kenzo? And he's not 90 years old. This old woman is much older than him, yes? Yes or yes. So, like, for example, I don't even think he's fully gray. Well, we can't tell now, but I don't even think he was fully gray. Like, he still had some, like, darkness in his beard and stuff like that. Even this man appears to be older than him, right? Like, maybe he's in his, like, I don't know, maybe he's in his 60s, 70s or something like that, but he didn't look like he was, like, he doesn't look like this, right? This is a very old woman. She is an elderly woman, right? Elderly. He's old, but he's not that old, right? So, that's how I would know. And I'd know for certain. You know, you gotta understand. Whoa. Can we just read this note? Okay.
Kinzo様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。
Find the gold. I need the gold. We need to find the gold before the cops get here so I can tie this up.
私の勝ちとなる。引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時 このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。
Yeah, obviously someone's either the little girl has done this, or, as I've suspected since the beginning, somebody has slid it out from under the portrait and just like unawares of these people. The portraits, why would he have a portrait of Beatrice in his study and in the big room? He's never in the big room. Why would he put it there? You know what I mean? Why does this guy care about this Beatrice? He could have literally just put this whole thing down there. He doesn't need to have a portrait of Beatrice down there. He has a portrait of Beatrice in his office, and he has a portrait of Beatrice down there. Why would you need to have both of these paintings? Only weird rich people have paintings like this, but why would they have two? You know what I mean? Usually you have, like, you know, the portraits of all the people in the family or whatever. Epitaph there. Yeah, but that's the one in the foyer. There's a giant painting of her in the foyer. They're in his study right now. This is a different painting. There's two paintings. And that, to me, illustrates a corridor. I'm just saying, that's a false painting. Nobody's thought to jostle these paintings, move these paintings. Blast a hole through that painting, see what happens. He's not there anymore. Who's gonna care? There's another portrait downstairs. You could have it See that top line? What top line? Show me what you're talking about in the stream chat. Because here's what I'm saying, dude. There you go. Sorry, you guys, I've had this on noise canceling the whole time. I hope I haven't been, like, shouting at you guys, because I'm weirdly, like, low-key a little bit deaf when that goes on. They were literally in front of it. Yes, I'm aware. There's a portrait, right? But there's a portrait in the foyer. And there's a portrait in his office. So if you go back, and maybe I'm just... I like that it says suspected to be. Did you write that, or does it say it's suspected? You know what I mean? So if you go back, and here's the thing, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and make pictures with words right now. When the Seagulls Cry, first episode. Okay. We scrub-a-dub-dub to Kenzo. Wandering around in his office. Hold on. There it is. Kenzo wandering around in his office. In his office. In his office. I can do a better picture. Hold on. Portrait of Beatrice, right? And that's gonna go stream chat. Then we're gonna go scrub. And we didn't get to the main house until episode 2. So, episode 2. Okay. Okay. I just wasn't sure if there was a thing that, like, explicitly said that that's the case. Like, oh, he's presumed dead or whatever. Okay, hold on. Is this in his office? Okay, here's a chessboard. Sorry, guys. I gotta figure out where... Ah, here it is. And then this is a completely different room. You'll notice. Completely different room. Painting of Beatrice. I'm a genius, you guys. Okay, I'm the greatest detective that's ever lived. And these are two different pictures. There's a portrait in his office, and there's a completely... No, they're not the same, are they? Are they the same? God damn it. Are they the same? I just feel like the other one is a so much bigger portrait. Is there an epitaph there? No, because the other one's, like, lit. You notice there's not, like... Are you sure? Because the one has, like... The one's, like, well lit. And it's really dark and dingy in here. Are you sure? I don't know. I just feel like there's gotta be a corridor. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just, like, my, like, Scooby senses right now are tingling. Oh, yeah, there's... Yes, they're the same photo, but I'm saying... I think that he can... Well, I guess that one's on an outer wall, isn't it? Okay, that kind of, like, kills my corridor argument, because it's, like, on an... that's attached to the window. Because I'm like, okay, well, I guess there's got to be a secret corridor. Maybe it's not directly, like, picture to picture, but for certain, like, I feel like something's, like, fluttered down through one of these things. You know what I'm saying? Sketchy. Yeah. They're too weird. Why would he have them there? You know what I mean? One of them's obviously, like, for jorking it. Like, let's just be real right now. If he's that obsessed with this woman, he's lustfully looking at least one of these photos. But he's not jorking it in the main hallway, you know what I'm saying? He never even goes there. He just wants to stay in this room and jork it to his Beatrice photo. So maybe this one's sacred, but maybe the other one's a portal, a door. How pissed would you guys all be if, like, the Beatrice photo, you just open the Beatrice photo and all the gold's just behind it? How mad would everybody be? You just, like, move the painting of Beatrice and it's just, like, all the gold's just stacked completely behind her because it's the golden door, like, the golden gate or whatever, to her.
使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
夏日さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。
Yeah, it's either one of the servants that sat it there or Maria. Empty out Maria's bag. What's in there? Remember before she was like rummaging around in there and she's like, no, not this, not this. I don't think the doctor's in on it. I don't think he knows enough. Who's getting shot in the leg is what I want to know. Who's getting kneecapped and who's getting shot in the knee?
あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
そうお疑いいただけるのは奥様が私を。
That's pretty nice. He's like, if the reason you suspect me is because I'm the best servant, that gives me it's a great honor. Yeah. Oh my god. This guy is such a G right now. Oh, I feel like I gotta believe him, but also he doesn't have an eagle on her. He has an eagle on him. It's possible that he's allowed to lie to her because he ranks above her, you know. Technically, that servant ranks above her, so. Empty out her purse. Why is no one doing this? What's in her fucking purse? Oh, how convenient. She's back to being a Unuwu kid. First of all, I'm giving this child lifetimes of trauma. I'm gonna just click-clack. I'd be like, you better fucking tell me anything other than it was Beatrice, or you're gonna be a paraplegic, I swear. Like, or just like gun butt to the face. Maybe we do non-lethal damage to a child, guys. I got a little too crazy there. But like, we're breaking Geneva Conventions to solve this riddle, you guys. I'm not playing with these people. Kind of like the same defense of why you would like murder someone if you very much suspect that they're a werewolf, and it's like, it's a prank, it's a prank. It's like, well, I believe this was a werewolf, so I had to kill it with silver bullets. Like, don't prank me thinking you're a werewolf if you don't want to get blasted by a bunch of silver pellets. ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる。Absolutely. もはや疑いの余地もありません。Love this screenshot right now. Oh my god, this is perfect right here. Are you seeing it, guys? No fucking way I could get away with having this as a thumbnail on YouTube, by the way. They'd be like, absolutely not. Nah, she's getting hit. Hit her! Attack her! Who's in these suits of armor? No reason? George, you're hysterical. Once again, I feel like they're trying to bait Natsui into committing a crime so that they can like pin it all on her. And then when she gets dragged away for committing these crimes, then they can swoop in and be like, oh, I had to fake my own death to keep Natsui from killing us. Anyway, we found the gold, right? Imagine the three younger siblings are just like, it's a prank, you guys, it's a prank. I'd be so pissed. ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で。 ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。 Uh-oh.
何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Also, it's a child. You could just lie to them. Just be like, I got witch-killing bullets in here and I'm playing around. And I think she'd be like, no, stop, please. Beatrice is my friend or whatever. Like, just lie to this child. She's a weird freak. You could just tell her whatever. You'd be like, I made sure to put special witch-killing bullets in this gun. Like, you better start talking. Or I'm gonna ruin this whole shebang. You know what I mean? Who's getting murdered? Is this the end of a chapter?
Echiki 落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に
Oh, okay.
南條先生
I think we'll call it at the end of this chapter.
私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと
Just so we have like a firm cutting off point.
今だけは分かってください。
It's impossible to predict, by the way, you guys. I have no idea how long these chapters are or how long it goes. I still have no idea how long, like how far in the story we are, but like, this is crazy.
チェスの続きといきませんかな。それをお望みでしたら、ぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。
I hope there's one more death. Like, I hope we end on a death, and I know that that's crazy, but I feel like that'd be like really good to like mull over. A Wolf Among Us? Oh my god, that's peak, you guys. I can't believe that. Everybody gets a salt circle around them. You sleep in your salt circle. If we wake up in the salt circles to serve, you're getting blasted.
Beatrice は敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
This kid's getting hogtied and set in the corner. I'm not dealing with none of that. First of all, she has no mom. Like, start parenting this child. My god. What are you talking about? Letting this weird, freaky child just do whatever. Letting her LARP as some nonsense creature. I'd be like, no more of this. You're getting tied in the corner. You know what I mean? You gotta sit in the corner. We're not dealing with none of this. Sit in the corner for doing dark magic. I hope the fox lady's heart doesn't give out. That'd really upset me.
子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃん。
She's gonna make them be out of here?
冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
おう、マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
Okay. So basically, she's kicking out everybody but her and Jessica out of here. That makes sense. That's what I would do. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. You guys are weird and cryptic and pissing me off.
私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は。 心より恥じます。
私は親方
Do what you
様
gotta
より
do.
すでにご恩を受けております。
Oh, she's keeping all of them in there? I don't know if I'd have
それ
George
に
in
対
there.
するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうか
But not Maria.
お気
That's
に病まれ
funny.
ませんよ。
Like, Maria, get out.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
He's gonna give her the little trinket he said he lost.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おー、バトラ、確か落
Yeah,
として
he lied.
なくしたって。
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
Yeah, he was just teasing you because you're a sociopath, but now that you look like a sad child, he'll give it back to you.
おやすみなさいませ。
Aw. I feel like he's the next one to go. I wish he hadn't done that, though. If I'm being honest. Hmm. I doubt it, but the next two I think that are gonna go. Here's my prediction. It's 50-50 either way. It's either gonna be Natsui and Jessica with, I think, dual, isn't it stabbed in the knee, stabbed in the leg? Or it's gonna be the two servants. I hope it's not the two servants though. That'd really bum me out. Okay. Save that there. That's probably a good place to call it. Besieged or occult. Oh, it's the, yeah, there we go. Guys, it's Valentine's Day. Isn't that neat? Okay, perfect. So, just a quick recap. Here's all the dead people. Okay, so almost everybody's dead, right? Once again, I suspect it's possible that Kenzo's just had a spare extra-toed corpse lying around, and that's why he's all burned, because he's not recognizable, right? And why else would you burn him? There's no reason to. You just stab him in the head and move on with your life. You know what I mean? Unless you were trying to get rid of his body to, like, make him the new ghost or something like that, which doesn't seem very likely to me. I mean, it just seems like such a waste. And then they'd be like, oh, there's a body in this incinerator. You know what I mean? So, once again, like I said, it could be Kraus. Kraus could have extra toes that, like, just nobody paid attention to, I guess, because why would they? He'd always be wearing shoes because he's rich. So it's possible, I think, that they've got similar builds enough that they'd be like, yeah, sure, no problem, right? These two got stabbed in the head, but, like, weapon resembling an ice pack in the forehead. Yeah, I don't know about these two. It seems to me like they're dead, but once again, unless you for sure, like, verify that, it could be a prop, there's nobody in there, but I also think that the fact that the moment everybody leaves the door, a sigil gets painted there means that the killer was in there, right? Killer's in there, escapes, draws the sigil, runs off, right? And let's not forget that there's a possibility that there's two people. You know what I mean? Like, maybe these two. Maybe he's the one stabbing people and she's the one drawing the sigils. You know what I mean? It's possible. Or this guy's the one killing people and this person's drawing the sigils or whatever. But I feel like it'd be her. I feel like it'd be Rosa that's drawing the sigils because her kid's the one obsessed with all this dark magic business. Yeah, like I said, it's possible that he goes next. Or this old woman, which would be very, very sad. I feel like it'd be tough for them to kill these two older people, and that's why they haven't. But I feel like this guy's got no qualms. So I think it's very possible that this guy killed these two, because he seems to be the only one with an axe to grind against these two, you know what I mean? And then these two have an axe to grind with these two, right? So it's either going to be, here's my prediction. It's either going to be these two servants that pass, because this guy's still alive, and he needs to eliminate any suspicions to him, right? He needs to be able to get off scot-free or whatever. Even though I feel like, ultimately, this guy's going to die because he's a loose end. And then either that or these two go next. These two get stabbed in, what is it, the knee and the leg, respectively. Gouge in the knee and kill, gouge in the leg and kill. Yeah, I think that'd be next. And then the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. Okay, sure. None shall be left alive. Here's the thing. That doesn't... Prophecies don't necessarily mean what they mean on their face. So none shall be left alive, meaning... Hold on. None shall be... Dang it, I did it again. None shall be left alive, maybe from the main house. You know, maybe from the main house, maybe from Kenzo's specific bloodline. You know what I mean? That's possible that, like, anybody with Kenzo's specific bloodline is gone. So, like, you know, like, the grandkids are probably, like, maybe dilute enough, because they're, like, this is half, this would be a quarter of his bloodline or whatever. You know, and maybe it's like, none will be left alive from, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to mean every single person on the board is, like, dead. You know what I mean? But I think that's where we'll leave it for today. So get your theories in the Umineko theories section. I can't believe I thought that painting was, like, on a wall. It's, like, literally attached to a window, and I'm like, he's moving through them. They're portals, you guys. Embarrassing. But I do think it's possible that the one downstairs has, like, a secret whatever. And who knows, maybe he has some weird fishing line thing attached to a clock that, like, will drop this thing at a certain time. Who knows? Kenzo seems like a guy that likes to dilly-dally with gadgets. I feel like that's possible. Possible. But I have been Riley Byrd. We stream every Monday and Friday, like 8:30 to 2:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. We do have a couple of bonus streams coming up. I am working on some of the logistics for our zombie movie marathon for tomorrow. So if all goes to plan, I'll actually start that like closer to 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, if all goes to plan. If not, I'll have to push that back to probably like 8 or 9 Mountain Standard Time, which is not ideal. But it all depends on if, like, my technology is going to work properly. So I am trying to work on that. I'm going to be doing some troubleshooting on that earlier in the day. on the Discord, so just be patient, you guys. I'm really bad at tech. But we have a couple of zombie movie marathons already going, and I mean, I think I might even, because it's specifically in Discord and those things can be hidden in the fact, I might even open that up if you guys want to talk about some of your Umineko theories and stuff like that. Just while we're watching movies and stuff, just kind of like shooting the breeze, you know what I mean? And then, let's see, on Monday we'll pick this back up, and our very next, potentially Thursday or Saturday stream will be probably the other half, potentially, of Date Everything, since it's, you know, Valentine's. And if you haven't already, join the Discord. Discord is where everything's happening in between streams every single day. I am trying to do a better job of updating the schedule on Twitch, because that can be uploaded to your Google Calendar so that it updates for you what the schedule's up to. But Twitch does this really annoying thing where I can't update the schedule from my phone, so I have to like physically be in front of my computer to update that for you guys. So hopefully they update that real soon, and that's not an issue in the future. But I will continue to improve and maintain the stream, and eventually it'll be the crispest stream you've ever seen in your life. But that has been all for today, and I will see you guys on tomorrow's Discord zombie movie marathon.